the chambers this afternoon. I now hand over so you could follow up on the live proceedings of the House. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umeskabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Where is the Majority Leader or his representative? Yes, Honorable Chepkonga.
Honorable Speaker, he was just on the way, he was just rushing. Maybe we can move to the end and postpone this other one, defer it to... yeah, just walking in. He was just rushing. Go and collect some papers.
Is that a point of order or information?
But you can't inform the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Yeah? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
First, apologize.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. We had a bit of consultation with my whip.
Which you must always do before time.
As you can see, it was necessary for the whip to whip our members.
Okay. Order number 5.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February 28, 2023. A, legal notice number 4 of 2023 relating to the income tax, financial derivatives, regulations 2022, and explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. B, the annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 from the National Police Service Commission. C, recommendation on the basis for equitable sharing of revenue between the national government and county governments for the financial year 2023-2024 from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. D, the Kenya shilling 65 million emergency funding to deal with the wildfires in Aberdare and Mount Kenya National Parks from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. E, report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Office of the Auditor General. F, report of the Auditor General on forensic review of power supply systems losses from Kenya Power and Lighting Company PLC. G, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of following institutions for the financial year ended 2021 and the certificates therein. 1, St. Joseph Technical Training Institute of the Deaf. 2, Belgood Technical Training Institute. 3, Sabatia Technical and Vocational College. 4, CI Institute of Technology. 5, Ugunja Technical and Vocational College. 6, Bureti Technical Training Institute. 7, Kirua Technical Training Institute. 8, Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited. 9, Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. 10, Technical University of Mombasa Enterprises Limited. 11, Katine Technical Training Institute. And finally, Thika Technical Training Institute. Sorry, the others overleaf. University of Nairobi Press. 13, 14, Tambach Teachers Training College. 15, Moiben Technical and Vocational College. 15, Mukiria Technical Training Institute. 17, Chuka Technical and Vocational College. 18, Nkabune Technical Training Institute. 19, Muraga Technical Training Institute. 20, Emining Technical Training Institute. 21, Kipipiri Technical Training and Vocational College. 22, Karen Technical Training Institute for the Deaf. 23, Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. And finally, Gong Technical and Vocational College. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations. Just hold on, Honorable Ndindi. Honorable members, I wish to recognize and introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly Authority of the Republic of the Gambia. Order, Honorable Mbui. Honorable members, I repeat, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly Authority of the Republic of the Gambia. That's an equivalent of our Parliamentary Service Commission. The delegation comprises of the following, and when I mention your name, you stand up to be acknowledged. Number 1, the Honorable Fabakary Tombong Jatta, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Gambia. Number 2, the Honorable Alhaji S. Daboy, Minority Leader and Member of the Authority. Number 3, the Honorable Alhaji Mbo, Member of the Authority. Number 4, Honorable Maimuna Sise, Member of the Authority. Number 5, Mamadou Sise, Clerk of the National Assembly. Honorable members, the delegation is also accompanied by members of staff and an associate program officer from the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a visit to learn from the Parliament of Kenya on the mechanisms, approaches, and processes to strengthen the legislature as a critical institution of governance with a particular focus on oversight, governance, accountability, and public participation. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay in the country. I thank you. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28 February 2023. Report on the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, including a compendium of departmental committee reports on the first supplementary estimates for financial year 2022-2023.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Honorable members, you'll notice you have a supplementary order paper that will guide the business of the House this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28, 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1. Approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by 93 billion shillings, 521,939,535 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Number 2, approves a reduction of the total capital expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 84,197,037,771 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increment in the total budget for financial year 2022-2023 by 9,324,901,764 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 4, resolves that the new first schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023, and further, that is number 5, makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, although that notice has been given, I have permitted the chair to move the motion at the time it will be moved in an amended form under Standing Order 48. So take notice of that. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Is there any? Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the following schools in the public gallery: Mwiki Primary School from Ruiru, Kiambu; Kigumo Bendera High School from Kigumo, Murang'a. On my behalf and your behalf, I wish to welcome the two schools to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Report on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023.
Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move this motion in amended form pursuant to Standing Order 48 to also incorporate some of the variations that you approved earlier as follows: that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 28.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, I will give you permission to use the dispatch box for your submission if it will make you more comfortable.
I'm okay here.
You're okay where you are?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for this current financial year 2022-2023 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 28, 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. Number 1, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 93,521,939,535 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 2, approves a reduction of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 84,197,037,771 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increment in the total budget for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 9,324,901,764 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 4, resolves that the first schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023 and further makes the policy resolution contained in the second schedule to the paper subject to, Mr. Speaker, adjustments to the various votes like 1071, 1169, 1311, 1166, 1109, 1066, and others that have already been approved by you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this process of considering the supplementary estimates, and just for a brief to the members, for us to be on the same page in regards to the business of the day, Mr. Speaker, majority or all our departmental committees had sessions with the various MDAs that they oversight. And Mr. Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee took time with the departmental committee chairs who brought forth, Mr. Speaker, the recommendations from the various MDAs. We have been able to thoroughly and meticulously consider all the requests from the various departmental chairs. And Mr. Speaker, just for a brief, Mr. Speaker, some people may ask the reason for a supplementary budget, not just for this financial year, but because we have various other, also supplementary budgets which have been passed, and for sure we'll be considering many others going forward. Mr. Speaker, in this current year, and especially the financial year, we have had change in government, Mr. Speaker, and every new administration comes with their own agenda, Mr. Speaker, and manifesto. And therefore it was important that we recheck on our budget, which is already printed, so that we can align, Mr. Speaker, the issues that the current administration would wish to accomplish in line with the promises made to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about money, when we talk about budgeting, fortunately, or unfortunately, the focus is usually on the expenditure side. But Mr. Speaker, when we are considering budget making, just for members so that we're on the same page, we consider two areas. One is the supply side of money, which is headed by the very able chair, Honorable Kimani Kuria, in the Finance Committee. And then there is the expenditure side that we consider and we handle as the Budget and Appropriations Committee. These two areas are critical because, Mr. Speaker, the monies that we seek to expend, the monies that we actually allocate to various programs, this money comes from somewhere. And majority of this money, Mr. Speaker, as majority of the members know, it comes from the ordinary revenue. Just to give a snapshot for the members to know the kind of situations we have been considering this supplementary budget on, Mr. Speaker, the current budget that is there, the printed budget, was a budget of around 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings. And Mr. Speaker, on that budget, we had allocated, or we had foreseen that we will be able to collect ordinary revenues to a tune of 2.16 trillion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, we expected grants of around that 3 billion Kenya shillings. And also, Mr. Speaker, we had anticipated A, which is appropriations in aid, to a tune of just around 300 billion. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you see that for a budget of 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings to be financed, there is a hole that we call in other terms a deficit of just approximately 860 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, this is money that we budget to use. This is money that we budget on the expenditure side, but this money is not available. And therefore, what we put in as the budget, Mr. Speaker, what we call the deficit, is the money that we anticipate to borrow. That is both locally and also which is domestic borrowing and also in terms of foreign borrowing. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure side also, out of the 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, we had also anticipated various lines in terms of expenditure. And Mr. Speaker, our salaries as a country is shy of 900 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, there is another vote we call recurrent non-salary. That is when we are in offices and we are making good use of those offices by extending service to the Kenyan people. There is also other facilitation which is recurrent in nature, like transportation, like the other travel, like training, and the other, Mr. Speaker, areas that we expect money to be able to serve Kenyans. And when I say we, I don't just mean the members of parliament, but the entirety of the people who actually are in public service. Mr. Speaker, therefore, that is around 1.4 billion Kenya shillings. Of that money also, for proper delivery. Or members, you are fine with us here.
You can go to the dispatch box.
Want to look at you in the eye.
Proceed, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is better for proper interaction with members. Mr. Speaker, the current budget as printed is around 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings. I just enumerated the side of the revenue side, Mr. Speaker. And I was in the process of enumerating the side of I enumerated the revenue side. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure side, the amount of money we pay in terms of salaries in this country is just shy of 900 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, on top of the salaries, which is almost sacrosanct in terms of you cannot beat around what to do with the salaries other than pay, there is also another recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, that is recurrent non-salary. This is money, Mr. Speaker, that we facilitate the civil servants in terms of delivering the service to the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, that is around 600 or thereabout billion Kenya shillings. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, there is another term we call CFS. CFS is consolidated, is the fund that actually takes care of payments of interest rates and servicing of loans, and also in terms of commissions, because we treat commissions as additional governments, and therefore any administration cannot handicap any commission. The monies for commissions are also put as the first charge within CFS, which is just around also 860 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, we have also grants to our counties, which in this current financial year, we are talking about 300 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, during that month, clearly as the leadership of this country, we have an obligation to think deep and to think wide in regards on how to make our budgets. Because perpetually, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue making a deficit budget, Mr. Speaker, and especially that which enlarges the deficit every passing year. Mr. Speaker, that is what informed the President that, and of course, the Treasury and ourselves, that we needed to come up with a formula where we are going to cut on the deficit, Mr. Speaker, and also in terms of the kind of borrowing that we do in this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is the situation that led to the famous 300 billion cuts, Mr. Speaker, that was foreseen on reducing the fiscal deficit in our country, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not descend into an abyss of financial misprudence. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all address this issue of borrowing, because it is the issue that informed the reduction of the 300 billion Kenya shillings. Majority of us argue, and we have had treasuries there before, the officials arguing, that majority of the economies actually borrow money. And therefore, it is not an entirely bad thing to borrow. Mr. Speaker, I agree and disagree on the same matter. Number one, Mr. Speaker, borrowing is good. Every country borrows. The US, actually, in terms of GDP debt to GDP ratio, some of the countries that we seek to be like, economies like the US, when in Kenya we are talking about 70 to 80% debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, an economy like the US is actually in excess of 100%. A country like the UK is also in excess of 110% debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, a country like Japan has actually is now the front runner, is now the outlier in that field, because it has borrowed in excess of 250% debt to GDP ratio. But Mr. Speaker, comparing our country, Kenya, with those economies that I have enumerated, with the kind of conditions that we are facing, Mr. Speaker, I feel this is like comparing a camel and an apple. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to compare. And on the first front, when you talk about borrowing, the first thing you consider is the cost. The current cost of borrowing in Kenya, the last 10-year board, Mr. Speaker, to the last data that I saw, was just around 13.6% exempt of tax. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, having that kind of interest rate in terms of cost of borrowing is not sustainable. And I'm saying that comparative. A country like Japan, Mr. Speaker, when you track the 10-year borrowing of the Japanese government, Mr. Speaker, you realize that in some years, they have been able to raise money on negative interest rates. Mr. Speaker, what do I mean? That at some point in the last 10 years, the Japanese government has actually borrowed on negative rates. And therefore, on that front, Mr. Speaker, there is no way we can consider Kenya or compare Kenya with those kind of economies, Mr. Speaker. On the second front is the usage. Some of these countries strictly borrow for development. But Mr. Speaker, using the tabulations that I gave earlier, you will be able to realize, Mr. Speaker, that majority of the money that we borrow is not expended insofar as even the spirit of the Constitution would provide, that we should borrow money that strictly goes into investments, what we call development. Mr. Speaker, some of the monies we have been borrowing, this is the money, some of it that has been going into recurrent expenditure. And Mr. Speaker, there is no economy across the world that is prudent that should be encouraging borrowing that goes into recurrent. Mr. Speaker, there is another area that I implore upon my colleagues to also consider, and I am sure we have a committee in this House strictly that deals with borrowing, that is debt and privatization. Mr. Speaker, there is another term in borrowing called netting off. Netting off, Mr. Speaker, is that an economy like Kenya, Mr. Speaker, we are net borrowers. Not just net borrowers, we are gross borrowers. Mr. Speaker, there is no economy in the world that Kenya lends money to. And therefore, when we report debt to GDP ratio, we are reporting both gross and net in terms of our borrowing. But Mr. Speaker, using the same examples that I gave, and especially citing Japan. Japan is a country that is indebted, that is fine, but on very low interest rate. But Mr. Speaker, another consideration we must make is that as Japan reports the debt to GDP ratio of 250%, Japan is also a huge creditor of the world, Mr. Speaker. The US economy, Mr. Speaker, the highest creditor to the US is actually the Japanese government. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, when we consider borrowing, it is imprudent for us to compare our country to economies that are advanced as the ones that have tabulated there before. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that the Committee on the Budget and Appropriations considered while undertaking the cuts and the other realignments, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be enumerating as we continue. Mr. Speaker, as the period where we consider these supplementary estimates, what are the kind of conditions that we are relying on in terms of the conditions within our economy and the circumstances in our country? Mr. Speaker, allow me just a minute, first of all, because Kenya is, we talk about the domestic economy, but Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is also in a global economy. It is intertwined in whatever happens elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, what are the conditions of the global economy? And I'll cite just a few, Mr. Speaker, that especially correspond with our conditions back here at home. Mr. Speaker, one of the conditions, of course, that we know very well is that the supply chains across the world, and in regards to food, Mr. Speaker, have been hampered by some of the issues, and especially man-made, that has been happening in the last many months across the world. And especially, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, one of the conditions is the war that is ongoing in Europe, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, for us to understand even how this is affecting even our plate, or the plate of the Kenyan people. Number one, Mr. Speaker, previous to the war, Ukraine and Russia accounted for around 30% of the world's corn export. Mr. Speaker, both countries accounted for 20 to 30% of the world's wheat export. Mr. Speaker, there is another mind-boggling figure that both countries, Mr. Speaker, before the war, they accounted for over 70% of sunflower oil, Mr. Speaker, and sunflower food exports across the world. Mr. Speaker, when you disrupt that kind of supply chain, it boomerangs even to our economy like Kenya. And some of the conditions that you are facing, Mr. Speaker, are premised on those kind of conditions. Mr. Speaker, an economy like the US, because there has been a situation of global inflation, which has hit, yes, Kenya, but it has hit also other global economies. After the COVID checks that were given by the US government, Mr. Speaker, that increased the amount of money available, disposable income, to the citizens of the US. Mr. Speaker, that created a room of inflation when the same people, Mr. Speaker, demanded for the same commodities, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, driving the price upwards. What the Fed did, Mr. Speaker, to arrest that, and Fed is our equivalent of central bank. What the Fed did, Mr. Speaker, is that for the last 1 year to date, the Fed has had to raise interest rates 7 unprecedented times, Mr. Speaker. When you raised interest rates in terms of Fed raising interest rates, Mr. Speaker, to arrest the issue of inflation, that also cuts the other way, because every action economically is a double-edged sword, Mr. Speaker. As they tried to arrest inflation using the rise in terms of interest rates, Mr. Speaker, this also had another ramification to other smaller economies like ours, because majority of the investors, majority of the people who invest, even in a country like ours, found US in terms of the fixed investments being more preferred than countries like ours, Mr. Speaker, given investment in the US, Mr. Speaker, is dollar denominated, and therefore whatever you gain has no net off in terms of currency devaluation. Mr. Speaker, therefore, that is why we are seeing even our own Nairobi Securities Exchange performing poorly, because some of the counters like Safaricom, which ordinarily are driven by foreigners, foreign investors, they now have better options, Mr. Speaker, and especially by investing in fixed investments in areas like the US. And Mr. Speaker, also, we have seen the devaluation of our local currency, but Mr. Speaker, without justifying, this is not just happening to Kenya shilling. Every other currency across the world has weakened against the dollar, including the euro, including the pound, Mr. Speaker, because of the reason that I gave earlier, that then the majority of investors are trooping in the US, Mr. Speaker, where there are better rates in terms of fixed income, and therefore they consider that because there is no issue of currency change. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to go to the specifics. On the specifics, Mr. Speaker, as we consider these supplementary estimates, we are considering one animal called Article 223. Mr. Speaker, Article 223 permits the Treasury to expend money to a tune of 10%, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, afterwards, they regularize through bringing those expenditures to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I am also sure that the other departmental committees also are aware of this issue, is that, Mr. Speaker, we need more stringent regulations around Article 223. Because, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of Article 223 is issues that are unforeseen, issues that are not priorly budgeted in terms of enough budget. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, also, the same Article 223 disqualifies new projects. But what we have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, is that there has been blatant abuse of Article 223. And I suppose, and we made this recommendation, Mr. Speaker, to this House, that we tighten Article 223, that Article 223 should only come in to save the country during a rainy day. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we will be recommending to this House various recommendations.
Yes, Honorable Melamba. Can you give the Honorable Melamba under standing orders your intervention?
Honorable Speaker, I rise on a motion of privilege, which is a budget matter. Something is producing sound that we are not sure of. And therefore, that may need to be addressed as we draw this to move on the budget, on supplementary budget by the chair of the budget committee. We are really enjoying, but there's some disturbance that possibly you could call the leadership to take care of. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sergeant, make sure the Honorable Melamba is not apprehensive.
Even Honorable Manyora himself.
Can I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was talking about Article 223, Mr. Speaker, and we feel that we need to tighten on how Treasury can make use of this Article 223. Mr. Speaker, we considered several of them, but in the considered opinion of the departmental committees responsible and the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Speaker, we considered and passed all the Article 223 expenditure except two, Mr. Speaker. One is in terms of payment to Telecom Kenya, that was around 6 billion Kenya shillings, and the second one was in regards to UGA subsidy, Mr. Speaker, which was around 4 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, this was not purely our recommendation as Budget and Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, we actually took up the recommendation of the departmental committees, Mr. Speaker, and upon perusal to find extra details, since they were not forthcoming, Mr. Speaker, we passed all the rest except the rejection of the two. Mr. Speaker, just allow me, even if I had considered the circumstances under which these supplementary estimates were considered, I request that you permit me to address one matter, Mr. Speaker, which is very close to the members of this House. When the cost of living goes up, when inflation goes up, it directly affects the people that we represent. And Mr. Speaker, partly there has been many issues that have brought about the kind of inflation we are having, and especially in the food basket. Mr. Speaker, I earlier talked about the supply chain disruptions in regards to the Ukraine and Europe issues that are happening there. But also, Mr. Speaker, our country is going through a very serious drought, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, we have not seen for the last 40 years. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, in a minute, for the benefit of all of us, to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, as we consider inflation from where we sit, what we see. And Mr. Speaker, I gave this analogy in Mombasa when during our induction. Mr. Speaker, inflation is caused by two things. Number one is the monetary side, the monetary propelled inflation, and there is the physical propelled inflation. Mr. Speaker, the monetary side of inflation is the one that is caused when there is a lot of money in circulation. And just to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, if you have a kiosk in a place maybe here in the CBD, and this kiosk sells UGA, Mr. Speaker, inflation can come in when the same people who go to this kiosk have much more money and therefore go to the same shop to demand more UGA. Therefore, consequently, Mr. Speaker, the owner of the kiosk takes up the price of UGA because they are there to make money. So they increase their margin. That is monetary propelled inflation. Mr. Speaker, there is the other one that is physical. And this one, Mr. Speaker, is more or less the issue of supply chain. Mr. Speaker, the same kiosk could be there, but the same customers are there. But Mr. Speaker, in a kiosk that sells maybe 20 bales of UGA per day, the lorry that brings the same UGA to the kiosk probably develops issues, and therefore supplies are not brought to the kiosk. And therefore the kiosk that usually have a stock of 20 bales, maybe they have 5, but the same customers remain. And therefore, because of the mismatch between demand and supply, Mr. Speaker, therefore, also the owner of the shop increases the price. Mr. Speaker, the kind of inflation we are having in this country is both-sided. But I feel, and that is what we considered as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as the CPC considered the monetary side of inflation, it is the obligation of this House, as we make the budget, to be able to address the physical side of inflation, and that is what precisely we have done through these supplementary estimates. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned enough money and enough resources for subsidized fertilizer and for subsidized inputs, because, Mr. Speaker, we feel as this House, and especially Budget Committee representing this House, that we need to increase the supplies, the kind of food supplies that we grow. And the best way to do that, Mr. Speaker, is not to come at the tail end and subsidize consumption. We thought, by the wisdom of the committee, but it is more appropriate to address the issue of inflation and the issue of supply, not on the consumption side, but on the production side. And that is why these supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker, most of the money saved elsewhere have got into production of food, Mr. Speaker, by enabling our farmers to produce more, Mr. Speaker, by availing subsidized fertilizer so that we also address the physical side of the food chain. Mr. Speaker, I now want to go to specific areas that we considered. Number one, I just said there before that the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Speaker, is seeking that we approve fertilizer subsidy to a tune of 15 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, this money is already provided so that we cushion our farmers and increase on the productivity. Number two, Mr. Speaker, most of which was on 223, we have also provisioned money for the fuel subsidy. Yes, we are aware that the subsidies are no longer continuing, but Mr. Speaker, there are previous obligations in regards to the fuel subsidy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, a government that is responsible is a government that pays bills. And therefore, we provision that money so that we pay the people who actually were involved in that fuel subsidy. Mr. Speaker, the issue of pending bills is a monumental matter. Mr. Speaker, on roads alone, the pending bills in this country is crossing the mark of 150 billion. And when I talk about pending bills, I do not want to confuse members who may be referencing on the commitments. When we talk about pending bills, these are already certified works. The commitment within the road sector alone, Mr. Speaker, is going to 1 trillion Kenya shillings because it's 930 billion Kenya shillings. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we tried as much as possible to be able to address pending bills, but also in our recommendation, we are seeking that this House tightens the noose around pending bills. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have seen irresponsibility, especially in how we expend government money when we are coming to the close of the financial year. We cannot continue singing this song of pending bills forever. Mr. Speaker, beyond what we did as the Budget Committee, we will be making recommendations on how not to perpetuate the same. Mr. Speaker, on the same issue of pending bills in regards to roads, there is a fund called annuity fund, Mr. Speaker, and we are requesting that this House passes that the ministry responsible has access to these monies under annuity fund, which is an A in A within the department, Mr. Speaker, so that the 12 billion in there can be used into settling some of the pending bills, so that the contractors can go back to site and the roads in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, can get reprieve. Mr. Speaker, on the same matter, you realize that after the rationalization of the budget, Mr. Speaker, the Treasury had slashed substantially the budget of the roads department that percolates to the various agencies. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking that this House also approves what we saw as the right thing to do, that we have reinstated back 10 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, that will go purposely into the payments of pending bills of the ongoing roads projects. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to provision, through the supplementary estimates, an additional 22 billion Kenya shillings that will go into making sure that the contractors go back to site. Mr. Speaker, I want also to address one matter that is very dear to the hearts of the many members here. Members, you remember in the last financial year, some of the monies that are due for NGCDF, some of which the members had already procured, some of which the works are already done, to a tune of over 240 constituencies, still have arrears of 12 million Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, due to them. Mr. Speaker, through these supplementary estimates, we have provisioned 2.9 billion Kenya shillings so that constituencies can get the 12 million arrears across all of them that they are owed. Mr. Speaker, you realize also in terms of GAF, the operationalization of GAF is also handicapped in regards to the monies that are needed to be able to unlock the monies that the women representatives expect in terms of their service to the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned enough money, Mr. Speaker, to be able to operationalize GAF so that the Kenyan people can continue receiving the services that the women reps, Mr. Speaker, advance to them. Mr. Speaker, we have also tried as much as possible, whatever money that we saved, we have been able to allocate this money into issues of drought mitigation, Mr. Speaker. Drought mitigation is two-layered. Mr. Speaker, number one, for us to do the mega things of irrigation and ETC, we need to do these things to people who are already alive. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we first provisioned money to keep the Kenyan people alive. And we have provisioned enough money, Mr. Speaker, through the National Drought, NDMA, and the other relevant agencies, Mr. Speaker, to be able to cater for enough relief food. Because we cannot, as a country, continue to beg for money, Mr. Speaker, when we have a provision to feed our people using the resources that are available to us. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the first layer, we have provided for enough money to be able to cater for the relief food, Mr. Speaker, number one, but also layer two, for the medium term to long term drought mitigation. When I talk about drought mitigation, Mr. Speaker, number one is about the storage of water, because majority of the farming that we do, Mr. Speaker, we rely primarily on rain-fed agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to put our country and especially our food basket and our food security to the vagaries of the weather. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, whatever savings that we got, we made sure that this money is going into agencies that we have tasked as this House to be able to deal with irrigation matters and other areas around drought mitigation. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I want to implore upon this House, there is a critical decision that we have to make. There are bodies in Kenya called RDAs. These are regional development authorities. And we know them, they serve our areas. Mr. Speaker, when these bodies were conceptualized, we didn't have devolution. Mr. Speaker, also, we did have waterworks agencies. Mr. Speaker, we saw something that is mind-boggling. Some of these RDAs, regional development authorities, like the Lake Basin, like Tarda, like those are the kind of institutions I'm talking about. Like Ebasonyiro, there is a development body over there. Mr. Speaker, you find an agency with recurrent expenditure of 240 million, but their development expenditure is only 20 million a year. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to make these kind of mistakes in regards to making our budget. We have to make a radical decision as a country that we cannot continue having institutions gobbling 300 million in terms of annual recurrent expenditure, and then this House appropriates or gives them 20 million for development. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask hard questions. Either we give them enough money to be able to offer service to the Kenyan people, or we hold them, Mr. Speaker, and merge their whatever they do, Mr. Speaker, to other relevant agencies. But there is no way we will continue to have RDAs, which has recurrent expenditure of 240 million, with a development expenditure of 20 million. It doesn't make sense to us, and I'm sure it doesn't make sense to this House either. Mr. Speaker, we have done several other things. Number one, Mr. Speaker, you know we have a policy of instituting a TVET per constituency. Majority of our constituencies, including Kiharu, we have been able to benefit through this program, and we have TVETs that are in various in various levels. Some are starting, some are operational. But Mr. Speaker, there are over 50 constituencies that do not have TVETs yet. And how this TVET issue works is that the CDF allocates 10 million shillings. And then the government, through the relevant department, they provision around 40 million. We build a TVET. Then the government itself, through the relevant department, they also stock the relevant equipment in those TVETs. Mr. Speaker, through these supplementary estimates, we have been able to provision enough money, Mr. Speaker, for the constituencies that do not have TVETs to also have an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, through the Ministry of Education, 1.9 million school-going children, Mr. Speaker, will not have an opportunity to access education, Mr. Speaker, given the conditions of their homes and the conditions of the areas that they are growing up in. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is a project through the Ministry of Education that provisions lunch to over 1.9 million school-going primary children, Mr. Speaker, some of who are in ASAL areas. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to provision enough money for up to second term for us to give uninterrupted service to these vulnerable children, Mr. Speaker, that they also get food when they go to school, Mr. Speaker, so that even as we offer quality education, these young ones need to be in schools in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I am sure members will peruse our report, which we have outlined many issues. But among the ones that I want to wind up with is the housing program. Mr. Speaker, you know, this administration is very keen on delivering affordable housing to the Kenyan people. But this has been happening primarily in extremely urban areas. The semi-urban and small town areas, Mr. Speaker, have not been able to benefit from the housing program. Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the relevant departmental committee, through these supplementary estimates, we have been able to provision a seed capital of 1 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to have housing program running across all our 290 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this has been informed by the fact that if you are able to tabulate where the housing program has been happening, it's primarily in Nairobi and other very big cities. Mr. Speaker, we also need to take this service to where the bulk of the people of Kenya live, because 70% of the Kenyan people actually live in rural areas. And therefore, it is good to focus on the towns that are nearer the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, because the residents of those areas are also in need of affordable houses, Mr. Speaker. And we have been able to anchor this very properly, that this money is seed capital for us to roll out this program across all our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is much that we can say, but I do not wish to consume all the time there is, so that we can also have other members contribute to this very important motion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I suppose, because the report is available, members will go through the recommendations. I have not belabored by going through all of them. They are there. I have not belabored by going through the observations, Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that members already have this report, and I am sure they are already interacting with it. Mr. Speaker, some may question, for example, why they may not see the issues, for example, around ICT. Mr. Speaker, some of the programs that we are undertaking, and especially the issue...
You have 5 minutes to end up.
Thank you very much. The issue of fiber optic across all our areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to volunteer this information to members that there is the service fund through the CA, which has got enough money to be able to, for that money, and that money is available to to be expended in regards to the ICT issues that we want to deliver to the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I also wish to thank the members of all the departmental committees who took time through to listen to the various MDAs. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give the comfort to all the departmental committees that to the level where the departmental committee gave a recommendation to the budget committee on zero sum. And I want members to listen to this very carefully, because majority of us are also in departmental committee. The Budget and Appropriations Committee gives a lot of respect and accords a lot of respect to various departmental committees. And therefore, up to the point where you did rearrangements and you gave us a zero-sum recommendation, up to 97% or even 100% of those recommendations, we carried them as the departmental committees wished. We didn't amend majority of it because we also relied on the wisdom of the various departmental committees and the decisions that they made. Where there was a slight challenge on the addition of funding, because we are dealing with a very compressed physical space, Mr. Speaker, and I am sure even as we consider BPS, we will be able to consider all the other items that never got a chance to be considered through the limited space that we had. But I also want to bring good news to the members here that through these supplementary estimates, we have been able to condense our appetite and our physical deficit, Mr. Speaker. Our physical deficit, just to repeat, is 5.7% of our GDP. This is much lower than what was there in the printed estimates, Mr. Speaker, because we have embarked on the journey of reducing our physical deficit so that we can live within our means. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move.
Who is seconding you?
Mr. Speaker, I'll call upon the Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Mary Emase, to second.
Honorable Emase, before you second, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery the presence of Kangema High School from Kangema, Muranga. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the school to the House of Parliament. Mary Emase. Give her the microphone. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. From the onset, I want to support the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary budget is anchored on Article 223. And I think I just want to, from the onset, to just emphasize that this expenditure on the supplementary, I think the supplementary budget has been abused over time, because the Article 223 clearly stipulates circumstances under which government can spend without the approval of Parliament and later on submit expenditure to this House for approval. And that's only in three circumstances. Either there was no appropriation for that particular expenditure, or there was insufficient appropriation, or a new expenditure has arisen, and it must be it must be urgent in nature. So it is new, it requires to be expenditure to be incurred, or there is a withdrawal from the consolidated fund. Therefore, having looked at the supplementary estimates that were put before our committee, we made a number of observations that the new expenditure in the recurrent development that was being brought forward, yet when we look at the supplementary is basically about rearranging. It's just about moving money from one vote to the other for various reasons. Could be because of low absorption. It could be because within the time remaining, that particular program probably is not prepared to absorb the funds. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we also noted that most of the MDAs actually attempted to introduce new expenditure. And that is why you're seeing on expenditures like payment of 6 billion to Telecom Kenya, we actually upheld the recommendations of the departmental committee because there was unsatisfactory information given, nor did we get proper documentation to support such expenditure. So as the budget committee, we went ahead and also rejected those expenditures. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to the issue of pending bills. Pending bills has become a cancer in this country. And I think it is time, honorable members, we stamped our authority and made certain resolutions or stringent measures to address the issue of pending bills. Because if we do not do, then that is going to kill the SMEs, is going to kill the hustlers that we are actually trying to build, and I think also that affects also stalled projects. We have a number of stalled projects in the counties, in the constituencies. And the situation is aggravated by transitions from one government to the other, where we have a new leader coming in, and when he comes in, he starts completely new projects, and the ongoing projects are completely ignored. So we therefore are saying we need to make certain amendments either to the existing legislation, to the PFM Act, or at policy decision level, so that something is done about pending bills. Because we've seen contractors, some contractors have committed suicide. Some contractors' properties have been auctioned because they have borrowed monies, they have done tenders, they have done certain projects, and they have stayed for even 5 years, 10 years, they have not been paid for those services. So that is an area we noted, and it requires our attention as members of this House. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention that we noted that a number of ministries and departments have long lists of priorities, leave alone the wish list. So you find the funding, the resources allocated to these various programs are actually inadequate. So at the end of the day, you find MDAs undertaking so many programs, which by the end of the year, 2 years, 3 years, you find a project is incomplete. The project is underfunded. They are always seeking for funding, either through the main budget or the supplementary budget. I think this is also an area we feel that going forward, there is need to identify key priority areas and fund them sufficiently and complete those programs. Then that way Kenyans can have value for money. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the issue of NGCDF and NGAF funds, Mr. Speaker. We made sure that funds have been allocated so that monies can be sent to our constituencies. Because as we speak even now, we still have not finished paying our bursaries. Some of our kids are still at home. Some of us have had to pay probably first day scholars, then next wait for funds to arrive, pay for borders, and the universities and colleges are still there. So this is also an area we feel that we all agree that we've witnessed the transformation, the kind of developments that stand out to be noticed in constituencies across the country, and that this money is needed. There are parents who cannot even afford to take their children to school. So these monies must be allocated, and including the arrears of 12 million for constituencies that did not receive money in the previous financial year. So these monies need to be sent to these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, because my chair has actually spoken to most of these issues, I want to speak to the issue of the feeding program. I know that we have an existing program that only takes care of children in the ASAL and semi-arid areas. But, Mr. Speaker, there is need for us going forward, probably in the main budget, to consider looking for resources and funds so that we can finance the entire feeding program across the country. Because even children in all other regions across the country, many parents cannot afford to pay the fees plus pay for the feeding program. So I think this is a responsibility that Kenya Kwanza government spoke about. Even we spoke about it during our campaign, and I think it is an expenditure that going forward we need to consider factoring in the budget so that it covers the entire country. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that there is need. That is also one of the observations we noticed, that most of the rearrangements were as a result of low absorption. Most programs, monies were rearranged because that program there is low uptake of funds. So I think going forward we need to allocate money to programs that are ready to take off, so that when money is allocated, that money is absorbed, and also National Treasury should improve on exchequer releases, because some projects stalled, are not completed because of reasons cited were delays in exchequer releases by National Treasury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
You second?
I second.
Yes. All the honorable members, will those on their feet and shaking hands take their seats? Honorable members, before I propose the question, I wish to recognize a delegation of staff from the Office of the Ombudsman of the Republic of Malawi, seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation is also accompanied by members of staff of the Office of the Commission on Administration of Justice of Kenya. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the National Assembly. Honorable members, I now wish to propose the question on the motion as in an amended form, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 28, 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1. Approves the adjustment made with respect to votes 1066, 1071, 1091, 1094, 1109, 1152, 1166, 1169, and 1311. 2. Approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 94,915,439,535 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3. Approves a reduction of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 97,290,537,771 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 4. Approves an overall reduction in the total budget for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 2,375,098,236 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 5. Resolves that the new first schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the first supplementary appropriation bill 2023. And 6. Further makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. Thank you. Now, as usual, the screen is full by those who logged in even before we started. I see 3 interventions. I don't know if they wish to contribute or they are seeking interventions. I'll give the first on the screen. Murumba John Tongaren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also add my voice to the supplementary estimates 1 of the year 2020-2023. First of all, thank the current administration for aligning the budget to the priority needs of our country. Mr. Speaker, I have taken time to go through the proposals as presented by the chair, and there are quite a number of interventions that touch on the needs of the common mwananchi at the grassroots level. For example, 15 billion has been allocated for fertilizer subsidy, which will go a long way in improving input in our farms during this forthcoming rains. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, there was failure of rains for a very prolonged period. And secondly, this drought had a negative effect on most of the farmers in our communities. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, almost 1 million farmers have been targeted to be supplied with around 700 metric tons of fertilizer. This is very important in terms of enhancing sustainable livelihoods at the community level, improved production, and food availability in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Chikati. Honorable Kimilu, what is your intervention? I see you switching on and off, switching on and off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, budget supplementary is very important and very key to this country. And Mr. Speaker, it creates a lot of interest to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to move that we reduce the time to 5 minutes so that we can get, each member can get a minute to contribute because it's very important, Mr. Speaker.
Is that the mood of the House?
Yes. 3 minutes.
No. Yes, the Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm very keen and an adept to procedure and law, whereas the member makes a lot of sense because we want to develop and debate this thing properly. But we have developed a practice which is now in the standing orders that if a member wants to move that kind of motion, he should do before the motion is laid before the House. So now that it is just too late and the train has taken off, in the words of Minority Leader. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll watch the mood of the House.
Yes, thank you so much.
My discretion at some level.
Right. So to some extent, the budget estimates are also responding to the drought situation in the country through allocation of money for relief and for emergency response, as well as for general drought mitigation. And so it is something that we need to support because the country is passing through a lot of difficulties. For many years, we have not had sufficient rain. Mr. Speaker, I also note that 20 billion has been set aside for financial inclusion in this budget through the Hustler Fund. And the uptake so far in 3 months is around 10 billion, meaning that there are people in the community, especially the low class people, or let me say, people at the grassroots level who had been denied this kind of facility, and therefore there is a lot of urge in terms of access to this facility. Mr. Speaker, 1.2 million learners are going to receive support, especially in junior secondary schools. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the junior secondary schools are having a lot of problems through the current CBC program, where we are having more than 100 students in a school with only 2 teachers in a class, and each teacher is teaching probably 14 subjects. Part of these funds should enable the government to hire more teachers and to equip those schools so that their capacity can increase in order for them to handle the new curriculum. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Budget Committee through the chair who steered this process, and I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Wandai, I saw you on the screen, then you disappeared. Are you still interested in...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am definitely interested in making some contribution to this very important motion. And I will start by stating that really the reason why we get into problems that such as the ones we have currently, that we are seeking to cure by way of these supplementary estimates, is because from the very outset our budgets never balance at all. And I've kept saying time and again that it is time we chose to live within our means. Of course, nobody seems to be listening to me. Mr. Speaker, once you have fiscal deficit, you are bound to have a situation that we currently have, for instance, in the road sector, where commitments alone, we are told, is something to the tune of 900 plus billion shillings, almost a trillion shillings, and pending bills to the tune of 150 billion shillings. That is expected because under the PFM Act, and this must be understood clearly by members, under the PFM Act and indeed under the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, once this House passes an appropriations bill and it is assented to and it becomes an appropriations act, the spending entities, be they ministries, state departments, and what have you, agencies and what have you, have got a leeway to commence procurement. They don't have to wait for exchequer releases. And when the Mumbadi is here, can educate us on this. And that is what occasions these ballooning commitments and pending bills. And how do you cure it? In my view, the only way to cure it is to develop a budget that is realistic. A budget that you know how it is going to be financed. There are no two ways about it, and it is not rocket science, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So unless we deal with that, we shall continue to be dealing with these supplementary budgets year in, year out. In fact, there are occasions when we have had to deal with supplementary budget 3, I think, in this House. That is my first point. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is on the now famous or infamous Article 223 of the Constitution. I have looked at the recommendations of the committee that we need to look at this article and fine-tune the rules. That could as well be true. And I must thank the chairman of the committee for his eloquence and grasp of the issues. In fact, when I was listening to him and going by what I read today in the Daily Nation, it seems the contest in the mountain is going to be very interesting in the coming years. That's something I want to comment on further than that. Mr. Speaker, Article 223 is quite explicit. It provides for circumstances under which you can spend public money without an Appropriations Act to support it. I don't need to believe that. But if you go to Regulation 40, Regulation 40, Sub-Regulation 3 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. And further down, Regulation 40, Sub-Regulation 4 of the same regulations. It is even clearer. The PFM regulations have even made it clearer under what circumstances you can spend money under Article 223 of the Constitution. What it calls for is just discipline, no further tinkering with the regulations or the Constitution, if you ask me. But then the committee is recommending something which is clear. At page 18 of the report. You know, I take my time to read these things. At page 18 of the report on non-financial recommendations, expenditure and Article 223 of the Constitution, recommendations Roman number 3 and 4. You know, when you say that the payment of those monies, 6.09 billion and 4 billion respectively, be rejected as per the recommendations of the mother committees. It's perfect. But you should go further. Yes. You should go further and say what you want us to do. And why I'm saying it is clear is that in the history of this parliament, under the new constitution, this house has never taken that route. You'll agree with me. The route, okay. It was only once on the matter of Ruaraka land, yes. Ruaraka land, yes. But then, even with that, we should go further and say what we want to do. That's my beef with this recommendation. Because for a principal secretary or an accounting officer to spend money under Article 223, there are elaborate processes that have to take place. And the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury must provide an approval. And he must actually copy that approval to the Controller of Budget, who has got further veto power to reject that approval or to refuse to comply with that approval. So we must be very, very clear what we want done. It must be very clear. We know under Article 226 of the Constitution, if you cause loss of public funds, you can be compelled to make good that loss. That is fine. That is fine. But then in this case, who are we going to compel to make good any possible loss? Is it the cabinet? Is it the cabinet? Because the cabinet memo must first be approved, must be generated. Is it the cabinet? Is it the cabinet secretary who communicates the approval by the approval of the or adoption of the cabinet memo? Is it the controller of budget who authorized the monies to be withdrawn? Who is it? I would expect the committee to go further than that. That is my contention. That is my contention. But again, Mr. Speaker, we are told that what is good for the goose is good for what? For the gun. Yes, what is good for a chungwa is good for a die. Hopefully. If there was misuse of Article 223 in the previous regime, there has equally been misuse of Article 223 in this nascent regime. There is evidence. There's evidence. So, for us to cure this disease once and for all, let us as a house put our foot down and say that Article 223 must only be applied where it is necessary and in strict interpretation of the Constitution and the supporting legislation and regulations. It is the PFM Act and its regulations, 2015. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to lecture the House too much on financial issues or economics, but then, Mr. Speaker, I cannot end because I want to hear other people contributing to this very critical debate. As I end, subsidies have been removed wantonly. But you see, as you remove subsidies, you must provide safety nets to protect the vulnerable Kenyan poor people. You don't just remove them because IMF and World Bank have compelled you to do so. We are not subjects of IMF and or World Bank. We are a sovereign state with our unique challenges. And that is why we have been able to apply these subsidies to cushion the vulnerable segments of the population. If I were to be a consultant for this government, I would advise them to do something different from what they are doing. Subsidies have to be reintroduced as we look for a long-term solution. Not just pandering to the whims of IMF and World Bank, like a banana republic. Kenya is not a banana republic to be dictated to by foreign entities, which have got no understanding of our circumstances and unique culture. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of education, I would have expected monies to be provided to deal with the biting shortage of teachers in our schools, and more so to deal with the matter of the CBC and its implementation. We need monies, more monies to recruit teachers and to train them adequately to deal with the CBC. That is not here. That is not here, Mr. Speaker. Public universities, I would have expected. Because from where we sit or stand, we are totally opposed to any idea of privatizing public universities. We are also totally opposed to any idea of increasing university fees. And therefore, we expected proposals to provide for money to first and foremost bail out public universities from the current crunch that they find themselves in, and to provide subsidies to address the tuition cost of our poor children, Mr. Speaker. So I will not really reject this motion or oppose it, because I know Kenyans are suffering, okay? But I will want in the next cycle, especially in this cycle when we're dealing with the 2023-2024 budget, that all these issues I've raised are taken into consideration, that are factored in without looking at the political affiliations. Because Kenyan people don't eat politics. What they want are sound policies that can help them go through the rough times that they find themselves in. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Moses Kirima, Central Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion.
Majority Leader, you are not on my screen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby stand to support this motion of supplementary budget because as it is now, Kenyans are really in need of a provision of services. Without money, there can be no services. In despite of how it is, or how it is going to be said, Kenyans have stayed for quite a period, exposed to a lot of suffering due to the existing conditions which exist in our country today. Some of these conditions are not man-made, they are natural, but they can be alleviated through the interference of the system of the government by providing adequate funding on various fields which requires to be attended to. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the provision of food in parts of Kenya, especially the drought areas of Kenya, we will notice that people have no money at all, even to buy a food for the day. And the reason why I'm supporting this supplementary budget is that it is provided some money has been set aside to cater for these unwrought 8 areas. By doing that, the committee has really considered the welfare of Kenyans who are so much exposed, and they need to exist. But that one will not be enough if we just do it as it has been done, because that is on temporary measure, Mr. Speaker, sir. We need to find a lasting solution. What can be done so that when drought comes in again, as I have read in the newspapers just the other day, that some countries like Pakistan, they frequently now and then experience drought, but they have never suffered food shortage as it is in Kenya. What can we do, Mr. Speaker? Through remedies like instituting method of irrigation which can be adequate enough to produce enough food. That one should be catered for, because having just a short-term remedy as we have it in this supplementary paper just to supply or to provide money for buying food for immediate needs is not adequate. That's notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker. If we come to address Article 223 of the Constitution, this article is open for abuse. Nobody can say that one can withstand the power of the executive when it comes to push and pull. It may be so that we have the PS for treasury, we have the control of budgets as the people who look upon what is supposed to be done on how to control the situation. But Mr. Speaker said the Constitution is very elaborate, that the executive is allowed to use money without passing through this parliament to a certain extent, and then their own later come to explain this parliament that we used money about 10% of the requirement to a certain level, and we want to now to ratify that it was necessary to use it. But if you look at the executive, mainly the chief executive of the country, and the way we have been knowing the kind of influence which they usually have of the people whom they have appointed, let's say the PS or the CS, Treasury. If he calls Treasury and says that you want this to be done or that to be done, no CS will resist that one. And that one will be a subject of open to abuse. We need to put a strict measures to see that Article 223 is not going to be abused now and in the future. If you look at the current system with the current government, it's true we cannot tell if it has abused it or not, because it is open and nothing has come before this house to see if we can ratify it or not. The time they have been in office, it may be short, but we must try to put some checks and balances to see that the current executive does not really abuse this article as it has been arranged, or as it has been done by the previous executive. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's upon this parliament to sit down and look at this article and see how the stringent measures which we can put in to control and to make sure that public money has not been misused through this Article 223. We have addressed how Kenya, the motion has addressed how Kenya has been borrowing money, how we have cut down the 300 billion shillings, so that at least we cannot be over-borrowing or we cannot be relying on external debts. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we compare Kenya with the US, when we compare Kenya with Japan, when we compare Kenya with the UK, we are doing it in vain because there is nothing to compare between those countries. It's very well known, it's public notice, that America, USA, UK and Japan, they rent to external countries, they rent to other countries, of which when they rent, they are paid with interest. But Kenya, we rent to nobody. We are just consumers. And when we are consumers, we don't expect to get any profit because we consume within ourselves. And when these big countries like US rent to Kenya or any other small countries, they are paid with interest. To theirs, it's like a revolving fund. Like the ones which we call Asura Fund or these other things which West or so on, which revolve within ourselves. And through that little profit, that money still revolve and it does not finish. But when we look to the way it is in Kenya, ours is a consuming country. And when it is a consuming country, we have extended it to subsidize. And when we extend it to subsidize, and we are subsidizing, we are just subsidize of food, fuel, which is just for consumption, not production, we don't expect it to go very far. We need to subsidize only production, because when it comes to production, it means that there is a time limit. When the situation improves, we are going to cut the issue of subsidy, because the situation will normalize. But as it is now, we continue subsidizing this subsidy of consumption. At the end of the day, we will be just a consuming nation. As it is presently, if you look at it, the highest percentage of our economy is just supporting recurrent. And when it comes to recurrent, it means at the end of the day, there will be no development at all. Which other country in the world where we have a recurrent estimate of 70%, and in development is just 30%, which means we'll just be stagnant in whatever we are doing. But as it is now, money is required to make things move, even if it means that recurrent, and even if it means that addressing the drought issue. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby support the supplementary budget, this motion of supplementary budget, because we cannot do without it currently. But let it be noted by the committee that in the future, what we should do is that we should be providing money for posterity, not just for consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Babu Wino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to rise to support this motion on an intellectual point of view, or from a scholar's point of view. And number one, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chairman Budget Committee, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, for the great work that he has done on this supplementary budget, and also members of the Budget Committee. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the essence of creating a budget is for money to flow in the economy. And the shortest and the best way to grow an economy, Mr. Speaker, is to inject more money into the system. And that is through a budget, Mr. Speaker. We remember, Mr. Speaker, during the Great Depression in the United States of America, and at this point I would like members to keenly listen to me. Those who are walking, please sit down and listen to this information. Mr. Speaker, during the Great Depression, that the economy of this world, the global economy, the American economy was being assaulted, and it is considered as the greatest downturn that almost brought the United States of America's economy to its knees. During the leadership of the then President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker, the causes of this depression, number one, was the crash into the stock market, and number two, the collapse of the banks. And in such a way that in 1933, Mr. Speaker, there was 25% rate of unemployment in the United States, followed by over 5,000 banks collapsing. Mr. Speaker, what was the solution to this? There was the great researcher and an economist from the Great Britain that I love referring to. Mr. Speaker, he was consulted, and his name is John Maynard Keynes. Keynes was born in 1883 and died in 1946. Mr. Speaker, Keynes came up with a theory called the Keynesian theory. That, I know Mheshimiwa Shakil is not understanding what I'm saying, so he's saying that's all. There's nothing you can say because you have, okay, be there with your liquid intelligence. Mr. Speaker, now the Keynesian theory stated clearly. Mr. Speaker, John Maynard Keynes came up with a theory called the Keynesian theory that advised that we inject more money into the economy as we are doing now through the budget. And injecting more money into the economy means you are creating more demand, because if a common man in Soweto, in Embakasi's constituency, has money in his pockets, this man will go and do shopping, will spend. That is called the trickle-down effect, because it is coming from up, not bottom up. That is, now, Mr. Speaker, when there was more money, when there is more money into the pockets of the people, people will spend more. And as people spend more, Mr. Speaker, the demand increases. With an increment in demand, there will be an increment in supply. Or rather, if you like to put it, with an aggregate increment in the aggregate demand, there will be a simultaneous aggregate increment in the aggregate supply. And when the two meet, as economists will tell you, you create what we call the macroeconomic equilibrium. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget with all my body parts and organs. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, as I congratulate the Honorable Babu for the good performance, to also correct him that what he was describing is called bottom-up economic model, not trickle-down. I know he may have a problem with bottom-up, and I also want to encourage the Honorable Babu that indeed now is when you are doing what you ought to be doing. Speaking to issues economics, and not in any way, and we should not allow any leader in this country in any way to sabotage that economic recovery trajectory that we have begun this year. And therefore, I encourage the Honorable Babu Owino to join the rest of the country as eloquently as he has submitted on the bottom-up economic model, to eloquently do the same out there, not just in the House. Also, as you speak in rallies, let us speak towards economic recovery. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support this motion and indeed take this opportunity to thank the Budget and Appropriations Committee and by extension the Debt Committee for the splendid job that they have done over a very short time. Honorable Speaker, these supplementary estimates come at a very good time for the country and for us as members of Parliament, because we were elected into this Assembly, Honorable Speaker, as the 13th Parliament, to resolve issues that are of concern to the Kenyan people. And there is no greater issue of concern to the people of this country today, and indeed globally, the world over, other than the rising cost of living. And this rising cost of living, Honorable Speaker, in this country is aggravated by the drought situation. And we have been told by many players, Honorable Speaker, that this is the worst drought that this country has had in the last 40 years. And therefore tells you that the challenges that are ahead of us, Honorable Speaker, are quite enormous. And as has been mentioned by, I think, the Leader of Minority and the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the rising in global inflation as a result not just of the global warming, but also the Russian-Ukraine conflict that has disrupted supply chains around the world. Supply chains of manufactured items, supply chain of food items, including our own supply chains to wheat and other food items. This, Honorable Speaker, has left us under very strenuous situation as a country, and we have a huge responsibility as leaders to work together and team up together to work towards alleviating the problems that face our people. And this house being the budget-making house, I want to implore on all members of this house, Honorable Speaker, to rise to the occasion and work together and act together to ensure that we have in place policies that will not be short-term, but sustainable policies, and not one of very costly and mega budgetary expenditures as we witnessed in the dying moments of the last regime, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed true what the Honorable Pio and I have said, that was blatant abuse of Article 223 of the Constitution. And that, Honorable Speaker, part of it came under the pretext of dealing with the high cost of living. And what did we do? We embarked on subsidies, fuel subsidies that were costing this country the level of 60 to 70 billion shillings a month. Food subsidies, consumer subsidies. And in this budget, Honorable Speaker, let me draw your attention to the report, Honorable Speaker. Because if you read through the report on page 5, on the expenditures under Article 223, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has enumerated 120 billion shillings spent under Article 223 of the Constitution, and as outlined in the third schedule, has allowed these expenditures to be approved by this House. Part 2 of that report, Honorable Speaker, speaks to some 10.091 billion shillings also spent under Article 223 of the Constitution, outlined in the fourth schedule, which the Budget and Appropriations Committee has recommended to this House to reject. And I want to agree with the Budget and Appropriations Committee that indeed not everything that is paid under Article 223 is bad. And the law is clear on what ought to be paid under Article 223 and not what cannot be paid under Article 223 of the Constitution. Part of what the Budget and Appropriations Committee is recommending for disapproval, Honorable Speaker, are payments that related to some 4 billion shillings that you find in the books that related to the maize subsidy program, where unga was to be subsidized and supplied to Kenyans at a cost of 100 shillings. And the majority of Kenyans will tell you they never saw that unga in their shops or in the kiosks in their neighborhoods. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans did not only fail to find the unga, but millers were never paid. Today, millers still pursue payments from government for this unga subsidy program, that monies were appropriated and spent, and you wonder who are paid, Honorable Speaker. The 60 billion shilling fuel subsidy was tipped in very high level corruption, Honorable Speaker. And that is why I want to support the leader of minority, that the relevant House committees, and I can see the Honorable John Buddy, the chairman of PAC, the Public Accounts Committee, looking at me. And I saw how keenly he listened to his leader of minority. You have a huge responsibility to ensure, because the Budget and Appropriations Committee again has recommended on page 4 that the Office of the Auditor General undertakes an audit of expenditures granted under Article 223 of the Constitution for the financial year 2022-2023 and reports to the National Assembly by 30th of June 2023. Indeed, it is not just the Public Accounts Committee, even the relevant departmental committees must get to the bottom of some of these issues. What happened to the fuel subsidy money? What happened to the maize subsidy money? What happened to the payment that you have seen, 6.1 billion shillings? Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the Honorable KJ, he will have his say. And I want to continuously encourage the member for Dagoretti to desist from shouting, because this is a house of honor and decorum.
I got the impression he was cheering you.
There's a difference between cheering and shouting, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was speaking about the 6.1. I know he knows what I'm speaking about. Because the payment to Helios on the apparent acquisition of the shareholding of Telkom Kenya, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable KJ here will tell you,
as chair of the committee on ICT, it is not clear up to now the legal status of the ownership of Telkom Kenya. Yet the government of Kenya spent a whopping 6.1 billion shillings to acquire shares in Telkom Kenya. I have no problem, Honorable Speaker, and I have indicated this afternoon to Honorable John Badi, I will be appearing before his committee with evidence of how the 6.1 billion shillings paid out on account of acquisition of Telkom Kenya ended up in accounts in Malaysia, ended up getting back to accounts of individuals in this country, and ended up to accounts in the Cayman Islands, Honorable Speaker. Blatant looting of public resources on the verge of an election. What will shock the country today, Honorable Speaker, is that the payment was processed 2 days after the elections of the 8th of August. When the rest of the country were counting votes, there are people in the former regime who are counting billions, hitting their accounts here and in the Cayman Islands, Honorable Speaker. And these things must come to light, because the same characters today, Honorable Speaker, are the same people who pretend to be speaking about the high cost of living, yet yesterday you are looting this country dry, and today you are out there inciting Kenyans, telling Kenyans the cost of living has gone up. It is you who took the cost of living high. It is your blatant looting of our country that has driven our economy to where it is, and we must speak about these things without fear, without favor. We told them then, and we will continue to tell them even today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the leader of minority pointed out to issues under 223 that have also been paid by this nonsense regime, as he called it. This regime has indeed made payments out of the 120 billion shillings under Article 223. But look at what has been paid. It is 6 billion shillings. I heard the leader of minority say he has not seen the recruitment of teachers. You are aware, over 3,000 teachers have been recruited. 30,000, sorry. The highest number of teachers to be recruited at a go in the history of pre- and post-independence Kenya have been recruited under the Kenya Kwanza administration, Honorable Speaker. The 30,000 teachers, those who were there before, instead of allocating 6 billion shillings to recruit teachers, yet they were the initiators of the junior secondary and CBC program. They never saw reason and sense to allocate resources to recruit teachers and provide capitation for junior secondary. In this supplementary budget, honorable members, 6 billion shillings goes towards recruitment of 30,000 teachers to ensure our junior secondary students and CBC program kicks off adequately. 9 billion shillings in this budget is going towards capitation of our junior secondary. 2.9 billion in this budget is going to a nation, Honorable Speaker, that bedeviled members of parliament under their CDF kitties. Arrears under CDF, that after the passage of this supplementary budget, you will have 2.9 billion shillings that will clear all the arrears that have bedeviled constituencies that have had arrears up to and including the year 2022-2023. And therefore, I want to ask members, even as we get these arrears, please commit a number of these resources to ensuring that we support our education sector. A nation that is not educating its children is not a nation and has no future. Let us also play our role as members of parliament, because we have a role under NGCDF to guide our NGCDF committees. I know members of parliament have no role in CDF, but you have a guiding role and an oversight role. Guide your NGCDF committees to allocate resources, even part of these areas, to sort out the issues of providing infrastructure for the junior secondary and CBC program, so that none of our children go without accessing education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, when we say that this government, Honorable Speaker, will embark on what the Honorable Babu Owino was afraid to mention, but spoke in a very glorious manner about the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And indeed, the issue he was talking about of demand and supply, no, he clearly understands what he was talking about. The only thing he never understood is that what he was describing is a bottom-up economic transformational agenda under Kenya Kwanza. And under this bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Honorable Speaker, in this budget, you will remember His Excellency the President committed that where the Jubilee government faltered on some of the programs under the Big Four agenda, on the program of housing, we shall not falter. And it will not just be talk. And Honorable Speaker, when I was the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, progressively in every report I tabled in this House, I indicated that there were no resources that were being committed to the Big Four agenda. And we warned the Jubilee administration then, including our former president. In person, I remember telling him, every other budget that appears, there are no resources being committed to the Big Four agenda. This regime, I'm happy, is not just about talk, it's about action. That we have not only spoken about the housing agenda, but in this first supplementary budget, a figure of 1.5 billion, and I'm aware, if you look through the request by the chairman of the housing committee who is here, the Honorable Ngeno, he had wanted 8 billion shillings. But I'm glad that the committee, the Budget and Appropriation Committee, was able to spare 1.5 billion shillings to ensure that in all our 290 constituencies, we have seed capital for affordable housing, Honorable Speaker. And I want to encourage members of Parliament to identify public land in your constituencies where housing, affordable housing can be done with this seed capital coming in. This will spur economic activities, as the Honorable Babu Omino was talking about, create jobs for millions of our youth, and create that ripple effect in our own economies down at the grassroots. When you build 100 housing units in Kikuyu constituency or in Karachuonyo constituency, Honorable Speaker, the level of youth that you will employ in that constituency will not be less than 2,000 youth getting direct employment. The indirect and ripple effect of these economic activities out of this housing agenda, Honorable Speaker, will be momentous. And that's why I said it's not just about talk. Honorable Speaker, we cannot pass a supplementary budget at this time and not address the question of the drought situation in our country, which, Honorable Speaker, we have been told and have indicated is the worst situation.
Just to conclude. I'll give you 2 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was speaking about the drought situation, and if you go through the figures, Honorable Speaker, another 5 billion shillings is going towards drought mitigation programs in various ministries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there also the issue of the insecurity situation in the North Rift, Honorable Speaker. And you see a lot of money, at least a figure of 200 million towards police operations and security operations to restore peace and restore sanity in the North Rift and parts of Samburu, Honorable Speaker, where there are issues. There also the issue of critical road interventions in constituencies that is there, and another 1.3 billion shillings that is going towards construction of sheds at EPZA as an economic niche for the hustler economy, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we create job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor so many things in terms of the actual figures that have been provided for under this supplementary, but say, Honorable Speaker, that the Article 223 payments, as I indicated, when the time comes, all this evidence shall be adduced before the relevant committees. And I want to challenge the Honorable John Buddy, the chairpersons of public investments committees, to get to the bottom of all these Article 223 payments. Because, as I said last week, if you don't, nothing will stop the current government from perpetuating the same habit of abuse of Article 223 and blatant loot of public resources on the verge of every election. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support and ask the House to support this supplementary budget report and the appropriations bill. And also just to mention, Honorable Speaker, that this is just the first stage for the benefit of those of us who are new in the House. This process will be completed with the passage of the appropriation bill as at when we pass this report. I therefore seek your indulgence and your patience to the conclusion of this debate, and even hopefully tomorrow or the day after to handle the appropriations bill to allow these resources now that have been committed to go to the MDAs for spending, and for that spending to spur the economic activities that we envision for this country. With those many remarks, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Milemba Omboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I came very early because of this, but I have reason to speak after great economists have spoken, including Babu Owino, who has since left, and who has deeply taken us to the Keynesian theory, and he made me, Honorable Speaker, enjoy my times when I taught the A-level economics about Keynesian himself. And Keynesian really believed that government interventions can change the economic situation of a country, especially during a depression. And he advocated for what was called aggregate demand and developed what was called the multiplier effect. Today, I see people sometimes criticize the hustler fund, but the hustler fund, if you move with the Keynesian thinking, would create the aggregate demand and then pull an economy that is suffering in a form of depression. But that's not what I wanted to do, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to, thank the chair of the Budget Committee for being very eloquent and having his touch on this particular budget. Chair, you did it so well that any other person have understood what this supplementary budget is all about. That you began by explaining to Kenyans clearly that we had done a budget of 3.3 trillion. And of that budget of 3.3 trillion, a whooping 860 billion was a debt. And that is why currently every Kenyan is wishing to be an economist. Like during the French Revolution of 1789, every French man became a politician. Currently, because of bad economic times, every Kenyan has become an economist. And therefore, what is really affecting us is the issue of borrowing and deficit in our budgets. Honorable Speaker, the mover also brought out very clearly the issue of recurrent expenditure and most of the salaries which stand at 900 billion. But further, I need to indicate that because I was privy to the report by the debt committee that the salaries, really the ratio of salaries has reduced. What is making this recurrent expenditure appear very big is because that the salaries have been put together with the payment of loans in the CFS, like he did explain. So we are doing well in terms of the salaries, but because they are together with the payment of foreign debt, that is why we look like we are doing very bad in recurrent expenditure. Honorable Speaker, let me move to the issue of borrowing. I want to thank the chair of this committee because there has been feeling in this country that we should make our borrowing be level to those of America and Japan, and that we should remodel our borrowing from fixed positions which we did in the last parliament at 10 trillion to adopt the GDP, the debt GDP ratio as is done by Americans and Japanese. But the mover came out clearly to explain that we cannot go that direction because Kenya does not have any other countries it has lended money to. And therefore, when you see those big countries lend money outside, they also have stocks from which they get profits from. And therefore, this move and this feeling that was almost going to come to Parliament, that we change the way we shall be borrowing our money so that our borrowing is fixated to the ratio of the debt versus the GDP, is something that we should not go that particular direction. And I think they also spoke about usage and so on and so forth. Honorable Speaker, let me speak on the issue of Article 223, which he was able to speak about very elaborately in this particular report. And this has been spoken on by other speakers, where the government undertakes to spend too much money without approval of Parliament. Ordinarily, Parliament is supposed to be the supreme organ which actually would give permission to any government spending. But I know there are certain limitations, what we taught as limitations of parliamentary supremacy, and I find Article 223 as one other level that limits parliamentary supremacy. And like this, the chair put it clearly, that we need to tighten the nozzle on 223. I also want to thank him greatly, because this is the first chair of budget within government who has actually asked the parliament to tighten the nozzle on 223. Ordinarily, anybody in government would wish that the nozzle on 223 is let loose, so that like the same way which the leader of majority has spoken on it, that on the night after elections people were looting the coffers, the government in power can also use that particular article. And therefore I want to ask the House in totality, and more so the leader of minority who has since left, that this is something that we should do bipartisan and make sure that we tighten the nozzle on 223 so that there's no wastage being done by those who are in power. Honorable Speaker, the 15 billion on fertilizer has been clearly explained by the mover, and furthermore, this statement has appropriated in such a way that we put more money on subsidies for production and not subsidies for consumption. The risk of putting subsidies on consumption is that you'll always remain in the hole, in the economic hole of consuming. But by putting this subsidy on production, it means that after a short while, we shall be able to get out of the hole, and therefore the economy will stabilize moving forward. And I want to commend this supplementary budget for that. And we have to bite the bullet. We should not fear, we should not be in a hurry to do quick fixes by putting subsidies on fuel, subsidies on unga, subsidies on cereals, because that will be short-lived, except for the fact that in certain places, like the chairman has explained, there are safety nets that must be put in place to safeguard those who are suffering from hunger. And indeed, when you look at this supplementary budget, money has been appropriated for students who have a feeding program from their SAR regions, while at the same time, money has been appropriated for those who are facing hunger in different parts of the country, and which require that they get those safety nets, which are short-lived for a while, after which we should have long-term interventions. Honorable Speaker, this nobody has spoken on it, but let me speak on it. The chair did speak on these regional development authorities. The age of the regional development authorities may have passed after all. We have the Lake Basins, we have the Rift Valley something authority, we have the Wasonyil or something authority. These institutions did serve their purpose when they were created. But currently, these are organizations that are actually usurping the government money. They are usurping the taxpayers' money, because running them is very expensive, Honorable Speaker. And like we were told, some of them are consuming as high as over 300 billion as a budget for running them. But the budget they are given for their work and development is as little as 20 billion, or even much less. And therefore, these are suckers. It's high time that this House faced and confronted such like decisions of doing away with such like authorities. I know the mover did not speak about Kenya Airways, for instance, but this is another body that is actually a continuous sucker to the Kenyan economy, that every year it's given money, but it continues to create losses, and we still give them more and more money. Interestingly, Kenya Airways, for instance, has even been allowed to actually borrow money, which the government just guarantees, and has actually defaulted. If you look at the report of the debt committee, the debt and privatization committee, Kenya Airways has committed this country to a whooping over 158 billion, which is not paid. And currently, the Kenyan government has to pay fines because of that. So, without much ado, because I think time is running out,
This is a great masterpiece of a supplementary, but I would wish if we get any more funding, we put it on employment of more teachers so that CBC takes off. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance.
There is a lot of interest in this, so even if you have 10 minutes, as basically, if you take less, it will always make a difference and give a lot more chances to more members of parliament. So the Honorable Kuria Kimani, Chairman Finance, you can also consider the rest of the House.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to start from where the Honorable have left on Article 223. Mr. Speaker, is the Committee of Finance and National Planning that flagged off this particular payment of 6.142 billion shillings that interestingly was made on the 5th of August 2022. And Mr. Speaker, the concerns that have been raised here by the Leader of Majority is that our departmental committee is getting into the heart of this matter. Because interestingly, the 6.142, please protect me from this that are consulting.
Order, Honorable Nyiri Ndindi Nyoro. You're supposed to be the order.
Thank you.
Order. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, interestingly, the 6.14 billion shillings that was being withdrawn hurriedly during elections time was just the amount of money we required to recruit 30,000 teachers. So 6.142 billion shillings is going to an individual, money that is enough to employ 30,000 teachers to help our children in our schools, Mr. Speaker. And to speak some economics out of these 30,000 teachers, Mr. Speaker, when you recruit the teachers, you're not just creating an employment of 30,000 people, but you're increasing 30,000 taxpayers. Because these 30,000 teachers will now get into payment of taxes, into pay. We're talking about these 30,000 teachers distributed across the country will go and rent houses somewhere. So we're talking about income for those landlords. We're talking about these 30,000 teachers that will improve the lives of their parents, the lives of their siblings. So this 30,000 teachers injection, which cost us 6 billion shillings, the same amount of money that was being stolen and withdrawn through the absolute abuse of Article 223, Mr. Speaker, is what this money is capable to do. Mr. Speaker, part of our recommendation as a Finance and National Planning Committee was also a reduction of 1 billion shillings to Kenya as strategic intervention to Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker. We cannot have Kenya Airways becoming the pride of Africa and the cry of Kenyans. Because year in, year out, we have money that is allocated to Kenya Airways. As a country, we need to make a decision that if this company called Kenya Airways cannot operate on themselves, cannot make a profit, then we get rid of it. We do not need this national airline and have this country continue to bleed every year. For example, the one, that's why we recommended the 1 billion shillings not to be paid to these people, to Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have our retirees, retiree teachers, retiree police officers, retiree civil servants that have to painfully wait for days on end for them to access their pension. And this, Mr. Speaker, a supplementary budget allocates more finances to make sure that there is money enough to pay for our pensioners, Mr. Speaker. One of the roles that we have as a committee taken to do is make sure we move this country from the cash reporting system to accrual reporting system, Mr. Speaker. And part of that reason is so that we can actually know what is our actual liability in terms of pensions. Because, Mr. Speaker, they have a feeling that we do not even know how much we owe as pension obligations in this country, Mr. Speaker. A lot of my colleagues have spoken about subsidy. And, Mr. Speaker, there are two types of way of subsidizing a particular product or service. You can either do it at production or do it at consumption. And the reason why, even despite that subsidy being done on our unga, we are not able to bring down the maize of maize flour down, Mr. Speaker, is for this reason. If, for example, you're subsidizing, if you're just subsidizing maize flour.
What's your point of order, the MP for Nakuru?
What is wrong?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really appreciate what my brother is saying. But Honorable Speaker, I got a little bit, I had a small running stomach. I should have said this when the debate was to start, that you give us every person 5 minutes so that we can be able to contribute, in exception of only one person, John Bandy. In exception of John Bandy, maybe who is the next, all the others should get 5 minutes. Honorable Speaker.
Is that the mood of the House?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
But the rules already, the procedural motion had been passed for that.
Honorable Speaker, I did allude to the fact that I was not there. I was just stepped out for a natural.
The rules are clear, but as gentlemen and ladies, honorable members, for God's sake, try and confine yourself to a few minutes. The rules have already been set. You are entitled to 10 minutes, but don't use the 10 minutes to allow many other members to have the opportunity to contribite to this. The interest is a lot.
Honorable Speaker, I was indulging.
Thank you.
Standing order number one.
No. This has already been ruled. You can't use standing order number one. Standing order number one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That cannot be invoked.
See, today I've had a very rough time contributing because, and unfortunately, he's in my county and is my chair of Nakuru caucus, so I have to be very careful what I say. But Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the issue of subsidies. The reason why, despite the money being availed for subsidizing maize flour, that we're not able to bring the cost of maize flour down, is because if you have to subsidize consumption, then there must be clear known stakeholders there. So when we give this money to millers, first of all, how do we know the amount of maize they had in their silos? And then would we trust the information that they're going to tell us that they have this number of tons of maize, for example? How about the maize flour that was already in distribution? How about the maize flour that was already in retail shops, in that shop in Mukinyai or in Bagon or wherever it is? And therefore, the whole model of thinking that for you to bring the cost of maize down was to subsidize consumption through giving this money to millers was ill-informed, was wrong, and is a very bad economic practice. However, subsidizing production through issue of this fertilizer subsidy is clear, because we had all Kenyans being told, if you are farmer register, tell us how many acres of land we do. Then we are able now to give you that fertilizer at that affordable rate. And therefore, even when we go again to buy that maize from the farmers at a lower rate, the farmer will be willing to take a lower cost for his maize because his cost of production was down. Because the whole cost of this price of products, we must not forget the person producing them. I heard someone complain about the rise of cost of eggs, for example. But as a chicken farmer myself, I'm happy because when the cost of eggs go up, then I get a higher return for my money. So unless now you reduce it, if you tell me to reduce the cost of the eggs I'm selling in the market, is if you subsidize for me the cost of now the feeds that I'm buying now to produce those eggs, Mr. Speaker. As I finish, so that I give others a chance to respond, we must stop as a country to imagine that when it comes to election time, we close this country. And then we pick it again after elections. Because when we put the PS to task on why, despite using Article 223 to pay this 6.14 billion shillings, why he did not come to Parliament for approval within the recommended time as per the Constitution, we were told it was during transition. But during that transition, we had PSs that were still in their rightful positions. We still had cabinet secretaries until this House approved the new PSs and approved the new CSs. That is the only time we go to have new accounting officers in charge. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must adequately address this issue and make sure no government in present or in future ever have to abuse Article 223 at the expense of the country, and especially around election time. Kenya is a going concern with or without an election. I had many more things to say, but in the interest of allowing other members to speak, I support Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Funyula, I presume everybody is going to take a cue from what the honourable chair of the Finance Committee has done.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
You will also do the same.
For sure. Having been a teacher or a lecturer, I can summarize my thoughts, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, it's inevitable that in any transition, there will be a supplementary budget.
a reorganization of the budget priorities to fit the new regimes. In the Constitution of Kenya, Article 223, that has been allowed, but as we have lamented for the last 5 years, it's an article that has been routinely abused for the whims of the executive in the place at the particular moment. Honorable Speaker, looking at the architecture of the supplementary budget, look at the report of Public and Accounts Committee, it has thrust into the debate on the issue of subsidies, whether supply-driven subsidies or demand-driven subsidies. Honorable Speaker, and that's a debate that has been permitted the academia for many, many years, for many, many generations, and there hasn't been any form of concurrence on what's the best approach. Honorable Speaker, I can see the supplementary budget retains some form of subsidy, and of course howls at against other forms of subsidies that were presented by the previous regime. In totality, Honorable Speaker, subsidies only has got one net effect: to distort the market. They are never anything long-term, and they have no room in any progressive economy. The solution to such kind of a remedy, Honorable Speaker, is to look at ways of improving incomes and reducing inflation. And we reduce inflation by playing around the monetary policy and other fiscal tools, Honorable Speaker. I do hope and pray the new regime, with the brilliant mind of the chair of Public Accounts Committee, will literally get into this realm instead of relying on knee-jerk solutions to long-term problems, and problems whose solutions are known all over the world in academia. Honorable Speaker, let me address myself to the blatant abuse of Article 223. And this, Honorable Speaker, the blame squarely lies on the Controller of Budget's office. Honorable Speaker, Article 228, Sub-Article 5, makes it very clear that it is the Controller of Budget who approves any expenditure. And in approving any expenditure, he or she must be satisfied that it's lawful, is constitutional, and is for the benefit of the country. Looking at paragraph 21 of the report of the committee, it reads, it is a very interesting read. Honorable Speaker, it reads, in her submission, the Controller of Budget informed the committee that her office was under undue pressure and duress to approve some of the said disbursements. Honorable Speaker, by succumbing to such kind of pressure, the Office of Controller of Budget has breached the Constitution and is liable even for removal on account of breach of the Constitution. That is a careless admission of deletion of duty. Honorable Speaker, many of us are worried by the very many cuts in various sectors, more so in the energy sector. Honorable Speaker, reducing by almost 33 billion under the energy sector, especially on power, transmission and distribution, and in a country where there is very low electricity connectivity, is a sure way of reducing development, and it's a sure way, Honorable Speaker, of generally slowing economic development. Because you can't grow an economy without power, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, I would hoped in the balancing of Act of Public Accounts Committee should have looked at ways and means of actually resolving that particular matter. Honorable Speaker, in order to enable also my colleagues to contribute, let me conclude, Honorable Speaker. It's an interesting supplementary budget. You cut in the most important and productive sectors, and you proceed to reward non-productive sectors. I do not understand what's the rationale of increasing the budget of the Office of the President by a whopping 8 billion. 8.7 billion, Honorable Speaker. When people are dying hungry, when people have got no water, when animals are dying, Honorable Speaker. They argue that the Jubilee government used to spend money in the Office of the President to drink alcohol. I'm surprised that tea and mandazis can cost all this much money, Honorable Speaker. Are our priorities right? Or we are simply playing to the gallery to please some people? No wonder, Honorable Speaker, 62% of people of Kenyans interviewed says the country is going the wrong way. But for the sake of this country and to enable us undertake projects under CDF. I reluctantly support the supplementary budget, but I hope common sense will prevail in the near future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Laisuda, followed by the Honorable Atandi. Order, honorable members, there has to be a balance. She's a lady and the ladies have to have their space. Proceed, Honorable Laisuda. Also take as few minutes as possible to give more opportunity to more people.
I will, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure people are also bored with the male voices since 2:30. But, Mr. Speaker, I will go direct to some of the points, and I want to thank our able chair at the Budget Committee on how he presided over the supplementary budget, and even in his presentation, he brought out the issues that I do not want to belabor them, especially the state of the economy of the country, and without even playing any politics, because this country is bigger than all of us, Mr. Speaker. I want to touch on two areas that have not been touched on, Mr. Speaker. As a committee, we ensured that our counties are also given money, and it is important that our counties, Mr. Speaker, do receive money, because once they do not have money, it impedes operations and service delivery in our counties, which also hinders development in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Staff go unpaid, and pending bills continue to increase, Mr. Speaker. And this is a constitutional matter where our counties need to get money on time. And there is also an issue of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, which we took the Treasury to task so that they can pay the arrears that are there on equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. If this money was given to the counties that deserve to have equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that we've been deliberating on in this House would have been taken care of to take care of the historical injustices in these counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just say two things. One, on the drought. Drought cannot only be used as an excuse on why the economy is performing poorly, but by ensuring that the people who are affected by drought get food and get food in time, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note that there are some counties in this country, Mr. Speaker, which have not received a drop of rainfall for the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine their animals are dead, the livestock, and they do not have food to put on their tables. And we know that a hungry nation will not be wealthy and will also not be healthy, Mr. Speaker. And so I call on the ministries that are in charge of food distribution to make sure that once we appropriate these monies, and they do get money in their ministry, Mr. Speaker, that the food gets to the people that truly deserve and on time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of the money that was given, about 400 million, for the security operations in the North Rift, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we ensure as a country that our people are secure, that our people are able to live their lives and to continue with their normal livelihoods, Mr. Speaker, in peace. On issues of arrears of CDF, there are many of us in our constituencies who have stalled projects, and we know that once the monies are not wired to our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, we do not get value for money. And in that, I would like to support the supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Atandi, MP for Kasibul Kabondo. Is it? No, it's Alega Usonga. Proceed. And also do exactly what your friends also did. Take as few minutes as possible.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll be very brief. And to note that I'm the MP for Alega Usonga. Honourable Speaker, I want to say that I rise to support the report of the supplementary estimates as presented by our chairman. Honourable Speaker, I've been in this House for the last term, and this is my second term, and Chair, Honourable Speaker, I want to say that the chairman of the Budget Committee, the Honourable Ndindi Nyoro, is a very competent man, and I like the way he went through the process of doing this report. And to say that the Budget Committee has given prominence to reports from departmental committees,
and the reports that were given to us by the committees were adopted as they were. And I think this is because of the leadership of the chair. Honorable Speaker, I know that many people have spoken about Article 223, but Honorable Speaker, the Constitution gives us an outline of how expenditures are supposed to be incurred. And we have an office, the Office of the Controller of Budget, which is a sleeping office, and this Parliament must find a way of strengthening that office. Honorable Speaker, when we were going through this budget, the Controller of Budget told us that some of the payments she approved when a gun was put on her head. And Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree with her, and I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the person sitting in that office appears incompetent and something needs to be done. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, people are talking about the rising cost of living. And the rising cost of living is something which we discussed during campaigns. Honorable Speaker, you are a part of us in Azimio, and we promise that when we take over power, we will reduce the cost of living. And the other side also, the team that is running government, they also promise that they will be able to reduce the cost of living. But, Honorable Speaker, we seem not to know how to do this. And if you look at this budget, Honorable Speaker, we are living in a time bomb. Because if we will not be able as a house to help poor Kenyans afford meals, then, Honorable Speaker, there will be no need for us to sit here writing a budget. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, you agree that there is no subsidies on fuel, there is no subsidies on unga, and this is a tragedy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I belong to Azimio and I've been touring this country. I have gone to many parts of this country, Honorable Speaker, and I want to advise government that if they do not do something on subsidies, on fuel and on unga, they allow themselves to blame if things go out of hand. Because, Honorable Speaker, you know very well that because of rising cost of fuel and because of crisis in Russia and Ukraine, distribution channels of foods is affected. And a serious government must find a way of cautioning citizens. This is not happening, Honorable Speaker. And this is something which I want to emphasize, that the government must look at it and find a way of reducing the cost of unga. You know, Honorable Speaker, that there is no maize in the country right now. And I know that cartels are looking into how they are going to import maize. Most of the time, Honorable Speaker, they will import GMO maize. And that is what is going to come into this country. Kenyans, I want to advise you, you need to get ready for GMO maize because that is the only thing that is there. But because the government is not doing any intervention on subsidies on unga, we are going to have GMO maize here in this country very soon. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, the question of wastages. Honorable Speaker, I know that the majority leader is talking about, government which is keen on cutting on wastages. But if you look at this budget, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of areas where wastages are still being seen. And I want to urge government that they should be very tight, they should speak, they should do what they speak. If they say that they want to contain recurrent expenditure, we expect the budgets to resemble that commitment, because the recurrent expenditure continues to go up in offices. There is a lot of budgets for tea, for traveling, for hosting prayers. These are things that are necessary, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at the budgets increase in State House and other departments of government, these budgets are going up, and these are things that we need to contain. Honorable Speaker, lastly, on usage of Article 223, Honorable Speaker, this is something which is going to happen. And I can see most MPs are saying we don't need it. In last Parliament, every budget cycle we used to complain about abuse of Article 223, but it continued to be abused. I want to caution that if the commitment from majority leader is that this article should not be abused, next budget let us not see any expenditure that has been used under Article 223 which cannot be explained. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Osoro, followed by the Honorable KJ. And my presumption is, Honorable Osoro, you will also be the gentleman I think you are. And take as few minutes as possible to give more time to more people. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to rise to support this motion and the report by the Budget Committee.
and by extension congratulate Honorable Ndindi Nyoro for an exemplary work along with this committee. Honorable Speaker, three things. Number one, the committee appreciates the fact that there is an impending drought and food insecurity in this country so far. And I think the focus on matters irrigation and agriculture have really been touched and really handled in this supplementary committee. Of course, when now you combine it to now the subsidiary, the fertilizer subsidiary, then matters food security will be a thing of a subsidy, sorry, sorry, and thank you for correction. So, fertilizer subsidy, then matters food security will be a thing that really will be a stronghold in this country in another few months to come. Honorable Speaker, there are matters that we also need to raise as far as Article 223 is concerned. The issue of abuse of Article 223 cannot really be left under the carpet, and this House needs to stamp its authority. When you look at Article 223 and how it has been abused slightly before elections, and even before, you know, in the very report at page 6, you'll notice on paragraph 23 that it marked that the Lamu Ijara Garissa Road received a payment of about 2.8 billion shillings for improvement, an addition improvement of about another 5 billion which was paid in the previous year. Honorable Speaker, Public Accounts Committee and the relevant committees must interrogate these things. And the issue of the controller of budget saying that she was under pressure to pass some payments 2 days or 3 days before election. Honorable Speaker, every person taking a role, a constitutional responsibility, passes through an interview. And they're always asked whether they are competent enough to go through any pressure from whichever source. We have a history in this country where even the chairman of IEBC had claimed pressure, but still did the right thing, Honorable Speaker. So it is important for the controller of budget to come out clear that you really cannot hang or hide yourself on the element of pressure and pass irregular payments, even when you know they are illegal. You can still be under pressure and still do the right thing. So this House needs to stamp its authority and ask the controller of budget questions on how she was able to pay this amount of money at least 4 days before election, actually 3 days before elections. And Honorable Speaker, there is something that has come out in this supplementary which is very key, Honorable Speaker. Number one, out of the executive order number 1 of 2023 that gave responsibility or distinct roles, gave 3 votes in terms of the executive structure, reorganized the executive, you'll notice that now the office of the Deputy President has its own vote in terms of budget. The office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary has its own vote on budget. This, Honorable Speaker, is going to help us because we have a history in this country where the office of the Deputy President was working, under the mercies of the office of the President. And when there is a fallout, which of course will not happen in this administration, when there is a fallout, the office of the President decides to punish the office of the Deputy President. This particular vote gives the office of the Deputy President the element of autocracy, that the office of the Deputy President has its own budget.
You mean autonomy, not autocracy. Autonomy, there's a difference. Proceed.
You're giving me pressure, Honorable Speaker, and I find myself messing. So with that autonomy, Honorable Speaker, the office of the Deputy President will run, of course, in conjunction with the President, will run independently its own budget, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, so that we are able to harmonize this whole thing of, office fighting for budget and stuff like that. Honorable Speaker, with that, I support the report. Thank you very much.
The Honorable KJ and followed by the Honorable Mashako. Honorable members, you should understand there is a lot of balances that the chair has to do. There's the issue of regions, the issue of parties, the issue of all the things that you do have to understand. So proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would want to start by congratulating the Honorable Ndende Nyaro for such an amazing and eloquent presentation. And Mr. Speaker, in the same breath, I would want to also congratulate the Budget and Appropriations Committee for such an amazing presentation, Mr. Speaker, because this is a budget that is being made in very lean times, Mr. Speaker. This is not a budget that is being made at a time when there is excesses or abundance. I can imagine the work and the midnight oil that had to be burnt for them to get to the point where we are at, where this report is on the table of the floor, on the table of the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is because this budget is being made in these very lean times that I'd like to note that there is actually 5 billion Kenya shillings that has actually been allocated for mitigation of the drought situation in the country. But this drought situation, Mr. Speaker, I will not hesitate to add that is not a situation unique to Kenya only. Mr. Speaker, if you are following international news, you will see that today, if you go to the UK as a shopper, you are only allowed to buy 2 tomatoes and 2 cucumbers, Mr. Speaker, because there is a shortage everywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. It is a time of recession, it's a time of depression all around the world, so the situation of scarcity is not unique to the Kenyan situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first commend the committee for some really good work done. Mr. Speaker, I did take note that there is a budget line 1011, the office of the president, that is making headlines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the news, they are claiming that the president and his deputy have already exceeded their expenditure for the year, Mr. Speaker. What people are not noting is that this supplementary budget is to a budget that already existed, a budget that had been formed. In that budget line 1011, Mr. Speaker, there is a very curious budget of Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, every time when we were passing the budget, I did stand in my place and comment that Kenyans, in their own wisdom, in 2010, decided to separate the national government and the county governments. The county unit of Nairobi is a semi-autonomous unit, Mr. Speaker. This unit, NMS, is taking up close to 13 billion in this budget that we are talking about, in the office of the president, Mr. Speaker. So even as we are critiquing the expenditure in the office of the president, we've got to remind ourselves of the curious situation that we got ourselves when the previous government was not able to meet its obligations of the Big Four. They were not able to live up to the Vision 2030, and they devolved their functions all the way down to the work of putting up cabros in this city, Mr. Speaker. The very curious issue of Nairobi Metropolitan Services, also known as NMS, being one of the biggest messes that this city has seen from the time of the commissions in the Moi era, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad that as we go to the next budget, NMS shall not appear under the office of the president. It shall be, as it should, appear in the monies that we put in the division of revenue, so that Nairobi City County can enjoy its privileges as a devolved county just like any other county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of pending bills. And we are realizing, Mr. Speaker, if we need to inject any money for circulation in the economy, we better start, Mr. Speaker, by paying the pending bills that are there. But even as these pending bills are being paid, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to raise an alert as the House. There is something in Nairobi called HEWA. HEWA is people who supply nothing and get paid billions. So even as we are allocating money to these pending bills, Mr. Speaker, we've also got to task the agencies, the ministries and the departments to do a thorough scrutiny, to comb these pending bills with a fine-tooth comb, so that we make sure that we are paying legit suppliers, legit contractors, and not these people who provide HEWA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government has 5 key pillars. And one key pillar is actually in the digitization and automation of government services and the whole move towards the digitization of operations of government. Mr. Speaker, sadly, this is one of the sectors that is normally among the first to receive budget cuts, Mr. Speaker. And this is a call to Treasury. When Treasury calls for austerity measures, when Treasury calls for the leaning of budgets, they've also got to look at the budget lines that are being cut, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not do a blanket cut across units, across ministries, across departments, and across agencies, Mr. Speaker. If you look at what needs to happen in this sector of information, communication, and telecommunication, it is going to aid the operations of government across all ministries, across all sectors, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I do realize that in this sector, there is a big cut of around 5 billion Kenya shillings, and this calls upon the Budget and Appropriations Committee to, if we are going to live up to the words of the Kenya Kwanza promises, to have a second look when we come to the main budget, which is coming up, Mr. Speaker, starting with the BPS that is appearing in this house, Mr. Speaker, presently. Mr. Speaker, finally, I'd like to comment on the curious case of Article 223, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this report, you're going to notice that there was in excess of 6 billion Kenya shillings that had been committed to repurchase Telcom back from Helios and back to the country. Mr. Speaker, I am currently sitting as the chairman of the Communications, Information and Innovation Committee, and I can report to this House that as we speak today, the legal status of Telcom, an asset that belongs to the people of Kenya, sits in abeyance. As we speak today, no one can tell you the actual legal status of this very important asset called Telcom. Mr. Speaker, in the dying minutes of the last administration, there had been a change of ownership that was extremely curious because it was happening between 4 days to the election and around 10 days after the election. Change of monies that were finding their ways from whoever they were finding their way from, coming into Kenya and then being expatriated to safe havens, some in the Cayman Islands and others in some strange places. But ultimately, I do believe that a forensic audit will be able to lift the veil so that we can see who is this who was receiving these monies at this very curious time when Kenya was in between transition. And Mr. Speaker, as the Committee of Communication and Information, I would like to report to this House that we shall actually undertake an inquiry that shall lift the veil of secrecy on how Telcom was changing hands from Kenya to foreigners, back to Kenya, and then a pseudo sale that was not an actual sale that occasioned the loss of over 6 billion Kenya shillings. And to make it worse, these monies were being paid under the provisions of Article 223, Mr. Speaker, something that is unexplainable, Mr. Speaker. So when we do start out on this inquiry, I would like to ask the members to contribute any information they have, because it will be helpful in us unveiling and lifting the veil on this very curious transaction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do support...
The Honourable Member of Parliament for Mashako, and then followed by the Honourable Naomi Wako.
Thank you.
The Honourable Members, order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving an opportunity to stand and support this budget and appropriation report on the supplementary budget 2022-2023. Honourable Speaker, I first want to commend the chair of this committee for doing a good job in presenting and submitting this report to Parliament and the submissions that he did. But more importantly, also to congratulate the members of the Budget and Appropriation Committee for what they were able to do in a very short time and deliver a report to this House, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this is the first supplementary budget under the new administration. And therefore, Honourable Speaker, a lot was expected out of this report, Honourable Speaker. First and foremost, the President did say that he's going to cut the budget by about 300 million, Honourable Speaker. So Kenyans have been waiting to see the exact, what exactly happens with projects and a lot of expenditure that were prioritized in the printed estimates, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, one thing that I want to mention in this report that is pleasing to so many of us is that money has been set aside for the school feeding program, Honorable Speaker. We know we are in a drought situation as a country. The country is experiencing a very tough times because rains have failed in the last 5 seasons. And now, Honorable Speaker, we have a situation where children in many areas of this country are not able to access education, not only because of school fees, but because there's hunger, and when they get to school, they're not able to find anything to eat, Honorable Speaker. And now we know about 1.9 million pupils in schools across the country, majority of them from areas that are ASAL. I think now that the money has been set aside, we're sure that they'll find their time to be in school for the next, this term and next term, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there's one thing that we must say as a country. Indeed, we've been complaining that we have pending bills, particularly in the infrastructure ministry, whereby there are very many pending bills that concern constructions of roads in the country. However, Honorable Speaker, as even we talk about pending bills, we have areas in this country that have not benefited from roads infrastructure development in the last 10 years. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when the Budget and Appropriations Committee made the recommendation to use 12 billion shillings from the annuity fund to fund the payment of pending bills, particularly in the infrastructure and the road construction, this is a welcome move, Honorable Speaker, because we know now with the 12 billion that has been taken from annuity funds, plus another 10 billion that has been allocated to take to add to the infrastructure budget, that is 22 billion. Then we know roads that were installed. Now we have an opportunity to finish those roads. And one thing that I must say, we have a program that is called Low Volume Steel, a program that develops Kera roads and roads in the rural areas, Honorable Speaker. Now with this money, we're asking the Ministry of Infrastructure to prioritize areas that have been lagged behind, where projects had been started within a short time, there was no payment, money was not paid to the contractors and the project stalled. So we have areas in this country, Honorable Speaker, that must be prioritized, that have not benefited from the low volume sale. And therefore the 22 billion that Budget and the Appropriations Committee has set aside should go first to addressing these roads in areas that have lagged behind. Honorable Speaker, there are few things that I must say. Equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. The committee has recommended that Treasury should prioritize in the next coming budget, put money into the equalization fund, so that then the areas that have lagged behind.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member? Order. What's your point of order? I notice you're raising your hand. I don't even know which member of parliament for which constituency. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of traditions, and there's a way things are done in this house.
Yes.
And maybe because you have no eyes, you cannot see. The door is closed, yet we are not voting. Ordinarily, this door is only supposed to be closed when we are voting. I don't know why the door is closed, Mr. Speaker. I seek your indulgence so that the whips can do their job and stop this closure of doors. It is completely out of order.
Order, Honorable Member. It's my presumption that nobody is being stopped from going out. If that should happen, then that is not in order. Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Mashako, please conclude.
Thank you.
Conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. As I conclude, I must talk about the junior secondary and the confusion that is happening in the junior secondary space. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has set aside money for junior secondary, but we must ask the government to put better emphasis on this junior secondary and the confusion that comes with it, Honorable Speaker. Because of time, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Naomi Wako, followed by the Honorable Mbadi and the Honorable Member for Kitui West. Order. Order. You do understand Standing Order number 95, but read it very closely. Don't use it for frivolous purposes to try and silence people. Order. Yes, proceed, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to add my voice to this very important.
And just do like the rest. Don't take too long time.
Yes, I will not. Thank you, and I stand to support this very important debate that is going on. Mr. Speaker, sir, we see clearly that this budget, this supplementary budget, takes care of all Kenyans, and especially the marginalized, the disadvantaged, and I'm saying that because of the following. Number one, under the department, under the, sorry, sijasahau. Imagine. Sorry about that. I'm saying this supports all of us, and especially Kenyans who are marginalized and suffering in different ways. And under Departmental Committee of Agriculture, number 36, we see the provision for livestock farmers in ASAL areas, which we appreciate very much because of the drought that is going on, and that has really made all the livestock farmers to suffer and lost a lot of animals. This will help us. The provision on the increment will help the livestock farmers. Number two, under the Departmental Committee on Social Protection, number 37, the committee noted the additional 56 million that has been allocated. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know very well that women reps have been suffering because we have not been having coordinators, and due to lack of funds, we have not been very effective on the ground, but additional funds that we have been given will help us to implement our work and also to be more effective. We note very well that even under education, the school feeding program that has been brought will take care of the students, especially from ASAL areas, whereby many families are suffering because of hunger, and children under 5 are malnourished. We also realize that many people are looking forward to the implementation of this under a blue economy Maji Nyumbani program, which will have running water to the 10,000 households and employ over 1 million, is also another very exciting program that many Kenyans are looking forward. Before I finish, pending bills, we know very well that many Kenyans are suffering because of the pending bills. Many people who have invested their monies in projects that have been going on in the counties have been suffering, but this, or if we consider this, then they will be helped because of that. Housing projects that will take place in every constituency, 100 units in every constituency, and additional 8 billion is acceptable, and we will receive that with a lot of joy. And Mr. Speaker, I cannot continue under pressure, but I support the... Order.
Thank you. What's your point of order? The honorable member for Madira? Yes. Yes. Good. Can you give the honorable member from Madira the mic?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on order 95.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I feel this House has extensively discussed this matter. The Kenyans are waiting for us to release these monies so that we can unlock the economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon you to call the mover to reply, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable TJ. Order, honorable members. I do understand the order. The honorable members, I do understand clearly the provisions of Standing Order number 95. I just hope that all of you can read right through it and understand it even better. If it's in the opinion of the Speaker you're using this motion right now of the mover be called upon to reply as an abuse or in a way trying to take away order. Take away the rights of members. Certain members, however much they're in minority, then the Speaker will not allow that motion. So can you, who was the question? Order.
Who's the question?
I don't know if you have understood me very well. Order, honorable, order. Order. I don't know what this house has turned into. The Speaker is on his feet and here. Put the question, put the question. What have you turned this house into? Order. Standing order number 95 is very clear. After the question on a motion, the mover of which has no right of reply has been proposed, a member rising in his or her place may claim to move that the question be put now. And unless, read it through, and unless the Speaker is of the opinion that such a motion is an abuse of the proceedings of the House or an infringement on the rights of members, only then will the Speaker put the question. I am now convinced that you're trying to take away the rights of a few members who also have a right to contribute. They're all order. This house is a house that has, TJ. The house is a house in which the will of the majority will prevail at the end of the day. But the right of the minority to be heard is a centerpiece of a democracy and a functioning legislature. So order, honorable members. Proceed. Who was? She has finished. I had said the honorable member of parliament for Kitui West, and then the chair of the park. Honorable member for Kitui West. You realize nobody.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct you. It is Mwingi West, not Kitui West.
Mwingi West. Proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me, Mr. Speaker, to support this budget. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when you have to empathize with the situation our country is going through. And it is high time I also correct my Azimio site. Let us support the government to deliver the manifesto that we promised to the country while oversighting without much drama happening at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget is coming at a time when we are experiencing serious, prolonged drought, especially my constituency, Mwingi West. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I note with concern all the constituencies are staffed with development at the moment. And I like this budget because it is addressing some of the emergency issues we are all facing as members of parliament. The issue of emergency relief food. That one, no question. Mr. Speaker, we have to emphasize on that. And the only thing is distribution, the manner in which it is being done. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the relevant minister to ensure that this relief food reaches all the corners of the country without discrimination, Mr. Speaker. The other issue I am actually doing is
honorable member, continue and
Mr. Speaker, protect me from Osoro. He is abusing my rights of freedom of speech. I can speak and I can speak till tomorrow if I'm utilizing it. Mr. Speaker, so many issues have been raised up and I don't want to labor on them. But due to the pressure and the noise I'm experiencing from Osoro and the mood of the House.
What's your point of order, Honorable TJ?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Speaker, sir, I on a point of order, not on the distinguished member on the floor, but Honorable Osoro, the whip of the majority side, has closed the door to National Assembly.
Order, Honorable TJ.
No, Mr.
Order.
Is it
The Speaker has, somebody had already raised that point of order before, and the Speaker has a responsibility to see if anybody is being stopped from going out or coming in, and that's not happening. Proceed, Honorable Member of Parliament from Wingi West.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was on the issue of addressing the climate change. We have planted so many trees, they have dried up. Let us plant the trees in the right time. The 100 other dams, Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Committee of Water. Please let us make sure these 100 dams are equally distributed across all the 47 counties without discrimination. And you can buy, actually, we need this water more than anybody else. Mr. Speaker, the issue of 150 billion paid in bills on the road sector. So many contractors are on the verge of pulling out. And I'll cite one example of a road, Kabat Migwani Bodoni Road, which is crossing my constituency. The Chinese have threatened to walk out. If at all we are not doing hot here in this budget, let us ensure we complete all the incomplete project in the country. Whatever it was started by the previous government, it belongs to Kenyans and not Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila odinga. It belongs to the Kenyans, and that money should be utilized sufficiently. Mr. Speaker, the final thing, we have really suffered. CDF, no member of parliament so far has implemented a single project in the constituency. We are actually waiting for the bursaries to reflect. So those issues must be addressed. Mr. Speaker, Osoro is becoming one of the most useless minority leader. Majority leader here.
Order.
You cannot walk all of us to tell him member of parliament to finish a speech. Protect me, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Mwingi West.
Yes.
Useless is not a parliamentary language. But proceed.
But why are you entertaining parliamentary behavior with Osoro, Mr. Speaker?
Proceed. Conclude. Osoro, can you give peace to every member of parliament here? Proceed, Honorable Member of Parliament.
I support this agenda of the security North Rift. This is a very critical point, and I would like
Honorable MP for Mingi West.
Yes.
When you make an unparliamentary word, you apologize. So just withdraw the useless word and apologize to the House.
If he's behaving in a manner that is suggesting is useless, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honorable member.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, withdraw. Please apologize.
Proceed, please.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you are interrupted, when you are making a speech, you will lose points, but we need also protection.
Order, honorable members.
So I was touching on the issue of security in North Rift. The issue of security in North Rift, Mr. Speaker, I would like us to make sure this 400 million we have allocated here, it is properly utilized. And with those few remarks, I support and I thank the chair. The presentation was cleverly done. Congratulations for good work.
The honorable body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been enough drama this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, whereas I agree and I also concur with the other members who have hailed and praised the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, this being his first report to the House, which he has ably and eloquently moved with the facts, those of us who have background in finance and budgeting, someone like me who has the distinction of being the longest serving member of the Budget Committee in the history of this Republic, I agree that he was very deep in his presentation and he has a grasp of the entire process of the supplementary budget. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I have the following comments to make. Number one, you know, if you want to stabilize the economy.
You want a point of order? There's an honorable member who's raising his hand there. Okay, proceed.
If you want to stabilize the economy, and we've had none other than His Excellency, the President, say that the economy has been stabilized. Mr. Speaker, if you want to stabilize the economy, what are the indicators? Is fiscal consolidation. Now, looking at this supplementary budget, because we can only know that the government has succeeded in consolidating or on fiscal consolidation through budgets. If you look at the supplementary budget that we have, is there fiscal consolidation? Yes. The answer is no. And I will tell you that the fiscal deficit has not significantly decreased. Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is rhetoric. It is the same old story, Mr. Speaker. And for how long will we be lamenting as a House? We started lamenting way even before 2013 of the government cutting cloth not according to its size. That we are overspending as a nation, that we are overspending money that we don't have. And we are continuing. Mr. Speaker, remember, the President said that expenditure is going to be cut by 300 billion in the budget of 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans expected to see a reduction through supplementary budget of 300 billion. The question I want to ask today is, do we have a budget cut of 300 billion? The answer is no. The total budget cut is only coming to about 14 billion. Mr. Speaker, you will be told so many other things about how Article 223 has been used and therefore we could not cut. Therefore, I expect the President to stand again and tell the people of Kenya that it was not possible to reduce the budget with 300 billion. We must hold our leaders to account for what they tell the public. Mr. Speaker, that will be the starting point of accountability. Mr. Speaker, my second point, and many members have talked about Article 223. Article 223, I want to agree with the leader of majority, the leader of minority. I want to agree with the chair of the budget.
Chungwa is on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, you know I have tremendous respect for the Honorable John Mbadi, and he knows statements of facts are preserved in our standing orders. Honorable Speaker, we are debating this report by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and facts about fiscal consolidation in the budget are contained in this report. If you, Honorable Speaker, if you turn to page 5 of the report, and there's a clear indication the Honorable John Mbadi may not have interacted with this report, because the fiscal consolidation is talking about is very well enumerated by the Budget Committee on page 5 of the report, actually clause 18, just to draw his reference to the clause, that the fiscal deficit as a percentage of GDP has reduced from 6.2% to 5.7 against the 5.8 agreed on between the government of Kenya and IMF, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, because it is within my knowledge that the IMF's fiscal deficit as a percentage of GDP, they had sought to maintain it at 6.2% or 6.5%. What the President did indicate to the country that there will be a cut, an absolute cut of 300 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, I ask them to allow me to make
the statement of fact, because we cannot allow John Mbadi to mislead the country that the president committed to 300 billion budget cut, and it is not there. The 223 items we are talking about is because all those items, close to 300 billion shillings, were paid outside of the budget. Therefore, Honorable John Mbadi, you are an accountant. It is simple arithmetic. If the budget you passed last year had a budget deficit of 860, you have paid over 280 billion shillings outside of the budget. It tells you your deficit had moved to above 1 trillion shillings, irresponsibly done in the wee hours of the last regime. Therefore, the reduction of 300 billion in these books, and the chair of the budget committee is here, he can confirm, it is a fact that this budget has been cut by over 300 billion shillings. Why not for the bad manners of the 223 payments that now John Mbadi wants to belittle and say it is talk? It is not just talk. Figures are speaking here. And therefore, let us not defend the indefensible. Let us not defend theft.
Order.
He cannot, as chair of the Public Accounts Committee, be defending theft and be defending looting.
The Honorable Ichungwa. It is order, honorable members. Honorable members. You all have the right. Order. You can rise on a point of order and say that the Honorable Mbadi is misleading the House and place the facts. And my presumption is you're trying to place the facts, although I'm not an accountant. So can we listen to you? Now that we have listened to you, he has his time. If he has a way of rebutting you and telling the facts you presented are not good enough, then he will say it. So you don't turn these things into no, and yes. Yes, proceed, Honorable Mbadi.
Mr. Speaker, you know Honorable Chunga is my friend, but he knows very well that when it comes to figures, I'm usually better than him. So, Mr. Speaker, we were promised a budget cut of 300 billion in this financial year. That has not happened in this budget. Imani Chunga is talking about Article 223 has already, that the other government spent under Article 223 amounts that cannot now allow them to cut the budget by 300 billion. The report, the same report is reading, is talking of only 130 billion spent under Article 223. The total, both the previous regime and the current regime, including the office of the DP, have spent 130 billion. For heaven's sake, that is not 300 billion shillings. So the question is, even if that is what distorted your pledge and promise that you told the people of Kenya with flowery language of 300 billion, then you should tell us where 170 billion is. You have not succeeded in reducing the budget with 300 billion as you promised Kenyans, and that is why I was saying we must hold leaders to account, starting with the president. The president of the Republic of Kenya promised Kenyans publicly that in 2022-2023 we are going to cut the budget with 300 billion shillings. Where is the 300 billion shillings in this supplementary budget, or when are you going to cut the budget with 300 billion? So, Honorable Kimani Chungwa, you can only mislead other people, not John Mbadi. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Article 223, I agree entirely and absolutely with the committee and with the majority leader and minority leader that this article is not just abused. This is an article that the people of Kenya allowed the executive to steal using this article. Yes. That is the plain fact. Let us not coach it. Let's not sugarcoat it. The executive has been stealing with this Article 223. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Honorable Kimani Chungwa that my committee has already made a resolution, PAC committee. We are going to audit expenditure under Article 223 for the previous 2 financial years, including the current one. Any person, and this one I'm not going to play politics. People know that when I'm chairing a committee, I don't play politics. We are going to be objective. We are going to be transparent. It is going to be public. Any officer, public officer, who has spent money inappropriately will be held to account. And by the way, this excuse by the controller of budget that there was a gun held on her head, I want to remind you, maybe people have forgotten or maybe you are not around, that time in Parliament. Most of you were not here. In the 10th Parliament, towards the dying stages of the 10th Parliament, not even dying stages, immediately we passed the new constitution. I remember I stood on the floor of the House and challenged that the government cannot spend money on vote on account before Parliament passes appropriation bill. And that was ignored. But the controller of budget then, Agnes Odhiambo, a great lady, refused to approve government expenditure. In fact, the government's programs and services almost ground to a halt. We are to be summoned to come back and pass the appropriation bill. That is the kind of controller of budget we need for this country. Not people who give excuses. Not people who now, when they come to a new regime, they want to please a new regime by scandalizing and blaming the other regime when they have the law behind them, supporting them to do the right things. Mr. Speaker, I want to just conclude because now the time is not on my side. There is this talk about subsidies. I have listened carefully to Kenya Kwanza, and you talk about subsidizing production. Well and good. That is what Honorable Oundo was calling supply-driven subsidy. But there is also demand-driven subsidy, which you are scandalizing. But in the process of defining what is production subsidy, you are so limited in your ability that you think fuel subsidy is a consumption subsidy. There is no major factor of production like energy. And one of the sources of energy is petroleum. Another one is electricity. One of your great economic advisors, called David Ndii, told us that you never promised us cheap electricity. Then what did you promise us? You know, you cannot con people even after elections. You can con people during campaigns. But immediately you get power. Please now be truthful. And henceforth, I want to plead with Kenya Kwanza. The time for politics is over. It is the time for delivery. Don't talk about Uhuru, Kenyatta, Raila, Odinga. They are not in government. You are the ones who are in charge of government, and they can hold you to account whether in the streets of Nairobi, the streets of Bungoma, the streets of Bondo, the streets of Kikuyu. They will hold you to account because that is their duty. And I will hold you to account on the floor of this house. Mr. Speaker, let Kenya Kwanza get to job. Not this political rhetorics of people who are owning shares. All Kenyans own shares in the Republic of Kenya. We all pay taxes. And by the way, the last election almost produced a split election. This country, Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, you like it or not, is 50-50. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Speaker cannot on his own volition stand up and put a question. Somebody has to demand. You people have... Yes, Owen. The Honorable Owen Baya.
Yes, now that Honorable John Badi has brought down the curtains with that eloquent speech, which is half facts, half truth, we would like to invoke standing order.
May the mover be called upon to reply.
Standing order 95 so that we call the mover to reply. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I now propose the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Proceed, the mover.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would request to know the minutes I have kindly.
2 minutes.
For replying.
2 minutes.
If they are, yeah. Can I go ahead?
Honorable members, the standing orders are clear. Order. When the debate itself or the mover be called upon to reply, the question has been put prematurely outside the time frame that was set for it, then you cannot donate it.
How many minutes?
I don't, how many minutes? I don't know how much the rules have changed, but the last time I knew it was about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes.
Thank you for that clarification.
10 minutes is the outer limit. If you want to take half a minute, it's up to you.
Okay, I was asking that question on behalf of the many members who've been here. I had intended to donate, but practically it's not possible, Mr. Speaker. And therefore,
orders, yes.
I hope the members will understand. Honorable Moreu, Honorable Gong, Honorable Gekaria, and the rest, even Honorable Kagushia, had wished to say something around this topic. But Mr. Speaker, even before I reply, I really want to take this opportunity to thank the many members who have expressed their opinions in this matter. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here as the chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, I have to say that I was also in a learning experience. Every comment from the members, Mr. Speaker, I made sure that I take them to account. I actually have taken note of them in writing because I believe there is nothing a member of parliament says in vain. Mr. Speaker, from Honorable Opio, who is the minority leader, coming all the way even to the majority leader, coming to the chairman of PAC, coming to every other member, Mr. Speaker, their opinions are invaluable. Not to just me as a person, but also to the committee, because there is no perfection in this job. We keep on learning. And when we reach perfection, then we start to descend. And I don't think we are in that path of descending. Mr. Speaker, the issue of 223 has been very well emphasized by this, Mr. Speaker. In the Budget Committee, Honorable Badi has reinforced the same, that we cannot continue to operate as business as usual insofar as Article 223 is concerned. We share that opinion, and I request the honorable members that we not just take note of that, that we must do something to strengthen and to tighten especially how Article 223 the expenditure is made. Mr. Speaker, I listened to Dr. Oudo, and I want to make this clarification because we are doing a very objective process. And his sentiments were very straightforward and objective. And I'm just laying this fact on the table for the consumption of members. I agree on the many votes that have been increased in this supplementary budget. But Mr. Speaker, the backdrop of this, and especially citing the office of the president, which is a fact because the figures are there, is the fact that, Mr. Speaker, by the time we were having the new president in office, unfortunately, the budget for the office of the president, majority of it had already been spent. We need to provision enough money, Mr. Speaker, for now the current president to carry on the duties of the president, Mr. Speaker, without interruption. And therefore, Dr. Odo, honorable member, that is basically the fact, that most of the money had already been spent. We have a new president. We just needed to provide budget for the president to function. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to make the issue, to comment about the issue of CDF. Whereas we have provisioned the arrears of 12 million that is pending, Mr. Speaker, we have gone ahead, that even through the process of supplementary, we have been in contact with the Treasury. And I want to inform all the members here that currently by yesterday, actually by Friday, 14 billion Kenya shillings had already been remitted to the board. And by the end of this week, our respective constituency accounts should have not less than 45 million shillings to be able to carry on with our CDF issues, and especially the bursary that has been pending for quite some time. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the issue of 300 billion cuts. And I want to just reinforce the point from the majority leader. Whereas we have listened with respect the submissions of the chairman, the PAC chairman, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that we succeeded in cutting the 300 billion Kenya shillings. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the same money, the bulk of that money had actually already been spent. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even after succeeding in cutting the amount, Mr. Speaker, we had to take care of the money that had already been spent. Mr. Speaker, the other fact is that we have also realigned. We had the old regime, we have the new administration. Part of the Article 223, issues that could not wait up to June, which are already now included, and the fact that now there is there are additions in terms of now subtracting from the 300 billion, we already now have the Hustler Fund, Mr. Speaker. That is money that ordinarily would have added on the budget, but now it has come earlier, Mr. Speaker. There is other issues like fertilizer. There are other very critical issues like the employment of teachers, like the capitation of CBC. All these had to be taken care of, Mr. Speaker, because we are not strictly operating on a straitjacket. We live ordinary lives, and because we are Kenyans representatives, we also had to align with what the Kenyan people expect of us currently. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to really thank all the members, and especially members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We burnt midnight oil. I also want to thank the members of all the departmental committees who worked on very strict numbers, Mr. Speaker, and within very constrained physical space to deliver these supplementary estimates. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members who have contributed and the many who have stayed up too late, Mr. Speaker, to see to it that we pass this motion so that we continue with the other issues that are pending for Kenyans to access this money through service delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I seek to reply.
Honorable members, I hope you're hearing me, although this thing is a bit too short for tall people like me. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February the 28th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 243. 1. Roman 1. Approves the adjustments made with respect to votes 1066, 1071, 1091, 1094, 1109, 1152, 1166, 1169, and 1311. Roman 2. Approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 94,915,439,535 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Roman 3. Approves a reduction of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 97,290,537,771 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Roman 4. Approves an overall reduction in the total budget for the financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 2,375,096,236 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Roman 5. Resolves that the new first schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the first supplementary appropriation bill 2023, and Roman 6 further makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. Honorable members, as men of that opinion say aye. Aye. As men of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. General debate on the proposal to Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders. Number 2.
Honorable John Waluke, MP for Silesia. Is anyone interested in this motion? No one is interested in the motion. How can that come from Honorable Oundo of all people? Honorable Oundo, you had spoken to the motion. Honorable Nyamita, you want to say something to the motion? None at all. You want the mover? Who is the mover? Honorable Wakili Muriu, MP for Gatanga. You want to contribute, Senior Counsel? Or you had contributed before? The memorandum by the President on the various constitutional amendments. Honorable Muriu is not interested. Where I take it so? Honorable Muriu, are you contributing to the motion on the memorandum by the President to the House to consider various constitutional amendments?
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the presidential directive. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a key issue here that there are a number of proposed amendments by the President, which need to come before this Parliament. And one of the key proposals is to create the office of the official opposition. And the reason why that is important is because it is clear that for this country to have a balanced conversation, the runner-up to the presidential election need to get an opportunity to be carried to this Parliament and ventilate the issues of this nation. And remember, the second runner in a presidential election carries a huge number of votes. It represents a certain constituency, which Mr. Speaker, cannot be ignored. And therefore, the proposal brought before this House are in order. The time has come, and I propose that those proposals, Mr. Speaker, sir, be adopted and be brought before the House for this House to debate on those issues. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is on the issue regarding the NCDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, if there is funds in this country which has transformed this country, is NCDF funds. If you walk around this country, you see developments that have been created by NCDF. In fact, Kenyans have been saying they wish the NCDF structure can be adopted in the counties. Despite the fact that we have poured so much billions in the counties, the effect is not being seen by the common man. And therefore, there have been issues about court cases which we've been defending, and the only way we can be able to salvage the NCDF, which, Mr. Speaker, sir, takes care of the vulnerables, paying for education, paying for bursary. Some of that money even goes to an extent of making sure that food is provided for in our primary school so that our kids can be able to continue in schools. Remember, you as a speaker, sir, the parents have a huge responsibility, especially on JSS. It is a cost which has been put on them. There's a lot of hue and cry on the ground, and therefore, on that account, Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge that the proposal brought before this House by the President be adopted, be taken seriously, because the advantages are cutting across the entire of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Muriui. Do we have Honorable John Kawanjiku, the MP for Kiambaa?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to a very important debate that affects this House and also affect the people of Kenya in regards to the communication that was done by the President in terms of making sure that we amend the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that the President wrote about is one of the issues of the NGCDF, to make sure that it is enshrined within the Constitution. The NGCDF is so important to the people of this republic because it has enabled the Kenyans and the people of Kenya to at least have an opportunity to go to school, make sure that we improve the infrastructure, school infrastructures, especially in areas, even in my constituency, whereby we are dealing with poor infrastructure that since independence they have never been modernized. The students have been using, old schools, old furnitures. This NGCDF has enabled us to modernize our schools, make sure that we give bursaries to the people and to the people of Kiambaa constituency, and also making sure at the end of the day that we have kept our students and our students in the school so that they can have an opportunity to be educated and to make sure that we eradicate poverty in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. The other issue that the President wrote about is about making sure that the office of the official opposition is enshrined within the Constitution so that we can give an opportunity and a job to the leader of the opposition. We have seen him loitering around within the boundaries of our republic. So if we make sure that this office is enshrined within the Constitution, at the end of the day, we'll have a duty and a role to play, to make sure that he checks the executive, to make sure that each and everything that the executive is doing is being monitored. And we don't want him to just be loitering without an office. It is important to have a budget so that he can be able to audit and check the government of the day and the performance of the government of the day, so that also the government of the day can be able to put more effort on issue-based things that are, that are actually enabling and helping the Kenyan citizens to make sure that their life is better than the way it is. Mr. Speaker, some of these communication, they are very, very important. We make sure that the office of the opposition, that even if any person participates in an election and is able to win an election and is able to become number 2 or become the leader of opposition, he will help to guard and also to protect the interest of the Kenyans across the board, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we are supporting the amendment of this constitution, Mr. Speaker, and we make sure that some of these things we will not be able to deal with. The same case we have seen with the issue of 2 to 3, Mr. Speaker, that the government exaggerates the usage and misuse of 2 to 3 because there is no official leader of opposition who is checking the government and the performance of the government of the day. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm in support that we should amend the constitution and make sure that some of those things that the President have raised, we have been able to put them within the constitution for future references, Mr. Speaker. I therefore support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable John Kagushia, the MP from Kurueni. Make your contributions.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to support the proposals by His Excellency the President in bringing the amendments to this House. And of course, one of the amendments that we have is in regard to the official of opposition leader. And this position, Honorable Speaker, the reason why I support is because this is going to be for posterity. It's going to help our nation to bring the official opposition leader in the House so that any person who occupies that position is able to make contribution which is meaningful to the country, is able to contribute and also add his ideas and his agenda as an alternative government, and those proposals and policies that are proposed by the official of opposition can actually be adopted by government and also be implemented. It is unfair that the official of opposition leader finds himself in a way that he incites the public in the public rallies, in demos, in maandamanos, in the streets, in a way to urge Kenyans to engage in illegal activities to help him be able to get what he argues he did not get when the election was conducted and when the election was completed last year. It is important that instead we bring this leader to the House and have him make his arguments formally and in a way that can be interrogated also. Because, you know, there's nobody who can interrogate you there in the public rallies. There's nobody who will be able to ask you questions as to why you have that stand or that belief or that persuasion and why you're inciting the public. Instead, it's important that those persuasions that the official opposition party does have are brought to the people in a formal way, in a way that they can be interrogated. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kagucha, I'll give you 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You sound more knowledgeable. I wanted you, before you go to the next point, to explain to people how you can bring the leader of the official opposition to a parliament in a presidential system where there is no opposition.
Honorable Speaker.
Just elaborate that so that Parliament can proceed well.
Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are in this assembly is to legislate. And one of the things that we intend to do is to legislate as per the proposals that His Excellency the President has brought to the House on how we can make this position formal and how we'll make this position availed to Kenyans for posterity. So, Honorable Speaker, the question that you have raised is an important question, which we are going to be deliberating and debating and engaging on so that we can be able to look at our constitution, because we are actually reviewing or we are looking at our constitution so that we can see how we can now be able to bring provisions that are going to allow exactly what you have asked for, so that you can have the official position formally in this assembly. So, Honorable Speaker, our work is to legislate, and we are going to do exactly that so that we can be able to bring and to make this possible. Honorable Speaker, we also have the 2/3 gender rule that has been proposed to be able to achieve this in our new dispensation. And I want to make this further proposal, and this is also one of the things that we are going to be looking at when we are going to be implementing this 2/3 gender rule in the assembly through the legislation and through the constitutional change that we are proposing here. And what I propose is that because of the costs that are involved in selecting or in nominating many women or women leaders, let me say that, to balance the gender, I propose that we give precedence to nominating people with disability, people who are going to represent minorities, in ethnic minorities, people who are going to be representing other special categories. We nominate them ahead of the women nominees in the assembly. And once we do that, then we take that number and look at it in totality, and then use that number now to calculate the 2/3 gender, so that we can see how many more women do we need to be able to balance the equation. And in a situation where we have more women in the parliament, then how many more men do we need to be able to balance the equation? And that way we are going to reduce the number of men or women who are going to be nominated in this assembly, so that we are also sensitive to the costs that are involved. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that we have been debating the supplementary budget in this assembly this afternoon. And of course, one of the major concerns of any Kenyan anywhere is the cost of running government. The recurrent budget of this government, of course, of government as it has been for quite some time, has been way beyond what Kenyans can be able to manage. And for that reason, then, we need to look for ways and means of ensuring that as much as practically possible, we have reduced the number of nominated seats in the National Assembly. And that's why I propose, when we are looking at this two-thirds gender rule, we must then, first of all, nominate all those other positions, and then use that number to calculate the final number that is going to help us understand how many women we are going to nominate. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we have the NGCDF Act that we looked at in this, or NGCDF motion that we looked at in this House, and the main purpose was to ensure that we again mainstream it in our Constitution. The Honorable President, His Excellency the President, in his wisdom, has also proposed that we do mainstream this in our Constitution. And I would want to point that this is very important and very key for us as an assembly, because we are going to deal with the naysayers. We are going to deal with the busybodies that have been in the corridors of justice every other day, trying to derail this very important aspect of our resources, which go directly to the people on the ground. And I'm sure if the people on the ground were asked to vote on NGCDF, you will find that every other common man, every other person who depends on the bursary that they receive from the NGCDF would be voting with the members of parliament on this. But some people, busybodies, have shown like the members of parliament have been pursuing the NGCDF for their own benefit. But that is not the case. This is for the case and for the benefit of the common mwananchi in the Republic of Kenya. And so, Honorable Speaker, what I propose is that not only do we entrench the NGCDF in our Constitution, but we also enhance the mandate. You realize that we have been looking at the education, we have been looking at the security issues, but now we also need to enhance this mandate for the NGCDF much more, so that we can be able to help in other smaller issues that trouble our people in the villages. Look, for example, on the issues of irrigation water. NGCDF earlier on was able to address some of those small small dams and intakes that would help small irrigation schemes that then would help the villages to irrigate their land. Unfortunately, after the mandate was removed from the NGCDF and given to the counties, most of those have been abandoned, have been forgotten, and have not been taken care of over the years. And so I would ask that as we are looking at this, let us enhance the mandate of NGCDF so that we can be able to do much more in addressing the things that are concerning our people. And of course, Honorable Speaker, what you realize is that by us doing this, we are going to be helping our people on the ground to have a larger benefit of government in terms of what they are able to do, especially when they are able to educate their children, and of course be able to do many other things in the villages, and as we pursue this aspect of constitutional review. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can see my time is over. I want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The MP for Ainamoi, the Honorable Ambassador Benjamin Langat, on account of rank and seniority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this debate. Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of those motions which are open-ended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I served in this House in the 10th Parliament in the old Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that I was part of those who was part of the process of making the new Constitution. Mr. Speaker, at the time when the draft was released in 2010, there were the no team who were saying we must amend the draft first so that we pass it as a good constitution. And there were those who were saying, Mr. Speaker, let us pass the draft as it is and then go ahead and amend to correct the mistakes which are there. Mr. Speaker, led by the current president then, we made a very strong move, although the constitution finally passed, but we made our point, Mr. Speaker, that there are some few things that needs to be corrected in that constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 years or more than 10 years down the line, I'm happy that this debate is coming up, And I think there cannot be any other better time than this time, Mr. Speaker, because we have actually been implementing the Constitution over the last 10 years. We have seen its strengths, Mr. Speaker. We have seen its weaknesses, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, and I want to thank the President for being bold enough to say, can we relook at the Constitution now? What I'm seeing only that, Mr. Speaker, is that the President has limited the recommendations to 3 or 4 items. But I think as a House, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be broader and look at the Constitution in their entirety to see whether do we propose the 3 amendments, do we look at the other side of the Constitution, these amendments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard you talk about how do we bring in the opposition leader in a presidential system. But is it also time, Mr. Speaker, we ask ourselves, can we change the system of government so that we go parliamentary, where government is in parliament, where government is inside the House being questioned by the representatives of the people? Mr. Speaker, I said I served in the 10th parliament, and I can say that was then a very good parliament, because if you wanted the vice president, he was seated right here. If you wanted the prime minister, he was seated here. Even the member over there then, Mr. Speaker, the president, some days he would come to parliament to sit as a member over there. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's time we prolong the discussion to see whether we can check other sections of the Constitution that require a closer check, that require amendments, because the Constitution is a Kenyan creature. It's created by Kenyans, and we can recreate it many times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I will propose, I don't know, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee or Constitutional Oversight Committee or RUTO Committee, Mr. Speaker, we form a special committee so that we look at the Constitution in entirety, look at the areas that needs amendments, and let us vote on these things now so that we correct and actually improve the Constitution which is currently being implemented. Mr. Speaker, coming to the specific issues that have been proposed by the President, Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where the winner takes it all, Mr. Speaker, especially in the presidential election. Mr. Speaker, I do not see a reason why somebody who has gotten 10 million votes, 10 million votes, does not have anything to do with the Republic. He has convinced 10 million Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, or 15 million votes. And then when you are not declared the president, you just pack and go home. I think the proposal to create some work for the runners-up in the election, Mr. Speaker, I support, and we must support for posterity. I know the problem we have in this country today. When we talk about presidency, the other side of Azimio will only talk about William RUTO. When we talk about opposition in the other side, us in this side, we only talk about Raila Odinga. But, Mr. Speaker, we should look at beyond the individuals that are there. We must look at and say, Mr. Speaker, this person who has candidate, he has 80 MPs in this house. He has 100 MPs in this house. And he's outside himself, Mr. Speaker. I think we must say in the Constitution that Parliament shall comprise of the runners-up in the election, and the running mate, Mr. Speaker, and then they sit and lead from in the House, Mr. Speaker, whatever they want to answer. Today we are facing a situation where, for lack of something to do, somebody has organized demonstrations in every city, Mr. Speaker. Chivanji, Uhuru Gardens, where demonstrations every day. Mr. Speaker, even if we run the demonstrations daily, morning to evening, the cost of living will not go down. We must sit in the House like today. We say, how do we reduce the cost of living? Do we do subsidy? It is in the budget. It's not in the budget. Where can we get the money? But organizing demonstrations from morning to evening, Mr. Speaker, will never achieve. Secondly, on the other matter of CDF, Mr. Speaker, I see many members let me just make my point. Mr. Speaker, on CDF, I want to say CDF should be part and parcel of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, whether we are members of Parliament today or not, CDF should be there, Mr. Speaker. That is the only money that goes to wananchi, Mr. Speaker. So I support strongly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of CDF. We must make it like yesterday. We must get the money to the people, and it's not a people's, it's not a members' money, it's a people's money. Mr. Speaker, because of the pressure from my colleagues, I want to end there and say we need to talk about these things broadly, look at areas that needs improvements in the Constitution widely, and add to what the President has proposed. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Beatrice Kemei, the Member of Parliament for Kericho. Not there. In fact, I'm told she had contributed. So get out of the list. Let us have Honorable Charity Katambi, the MP for Njoro. And just address the issue of gender. The others have been addressed sufficiently.
Thank you so much. Even before I start, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are telling me 2 minutes. Let me start by thanking you for giving me these opportunities. Most of us, we have sat here from noon. We were expecting even to contribute, but we could not get a chance. For now, let me just support the proposal which has arrived in this House in relation with amendment of the Constitution. And it has a lot of interest. That's why we are supporting it with a lot of passion. On the issues of two-third gender rule, the NGCDF to be anchored in the law, the opposition to have an office, and also the matters of the affirmative funds. It's of very much interest in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to say the two-third gender rule has been a talk for very many years. And most of the times when it has come in this House, even you colleagues as members of Parliament male, you have always run away when it comes to that gender role. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, the confusion and the culture which people think that it's only women who can be vulnerable in this country permanently, I think it might be wrong. Some years to come, it will be turning to be opposite. Therefore, I will be proposing that we all support the proposal of this amendment, because we are going to sort once and for all the matters of two-third gender rule in this House. Why do I support the creation of the opposition office? It is because, the way most of my colleagues have said, when the winner wins, the opposition goes home, even with big percentage. We don't want to see today, we want to see many years to come from today. Therefore, even having the office of the opposition, it would be very good to solve very many, even nasty things going in this country. At this century, Speaker, we would be very happy to see when people are sitting in the office, thinking positive, and also taking a positive action, instead of every day working and going for just demonstrations in the road. Therefore, I support that creation of that office, and with a lot of support when it comes to the NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been re-elected once again in Njoro constituency in Nakuru County, because when I was elected 2017, I made a pure decision that I will utilize my funds for CDF very well. And I would like to testify, and I was very happy when one of the colleagues said, we have gotten a lot of challenge when it comes to very many busy bodies just being against the CDF. Therefore, it will be a very good platform for us to support the NGCDF to be anchored in the law well. Because if you come in my constituency, which is Njoro constituency, I have over 100 projects constructed for schools. In my first term, I purchased 7 school buses, which had never been seen previously. It is still with CDF, I have managed to construct so many administration offices for the chiefs, for the DCC, security offices, for my officers, and I'm continuing. It is also good to note that most of the busy bodies who have been fighting the NCDF in this country, they don't know even the composition of what we do with this CDF. And it is on that platform, Mr. Speaker, I would also say climate change, which has become real and it has affected all of us. With the CDF and with the environment part of it, it has given us a chance where we also buy tree seedlings, plant in schools, plant in institutions, and also we have civic education in relation with the environment. We have also gotten a chance with the same CDF to support sports. We have supported a lot with the same, with emergencies and very many. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I have many colleagues who are willing to contribute before it is too late, I just want to say that I fully support the amendment of this constitution to make sure that the NCDF is well anchored in the law, the 2-3 gender rule is done once and for all, and we sort the matter. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you so much for that opportunity.
The Member of Parliament for Murang'a County is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Do we have any lawyer in the House? Any other?
The lawyer will
So as the Member of Parliament for Murang'a contributes, I want you to begin looking at Article 38 so that you can enrich the House on it when you get your chance. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I stand to support the proposal by His Excellency the President. And Mr. Speaker, as I start, you realize that the opposition have requested to be given an opportunity to speak because they really need to be felt and their presence needs to be felt. We have no time.
Out of order. Honorable Kajwang, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the member? I know he's a new member, but is it in order to address the people who are sitting on this other side as opposition? I thought the last time I checked there was only minority and majority. No. So you were speaking to the Hansard. Is it in order that this member should refer to us as opposition?
Honorable Kajwang, your point of order is noted. But and I also know the member is very knowledgeable. The member was referring to a member who spoke from there saying opposition wants to speak. I think that was the only context.
Yes,
so because of that, you may proceed. Honorable Kajwang, forgive the member.
And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I support the need of creating the office of the Leader of Opposition. One, based on the election that we just concluded last year, the President won with 6 million votes and the margin 6.2 million, and the Leader of Opposition was able to get 6 million votes. That's a person with a great following of people in this nation. We want to have a dignified Leader of Opposition, and I'm not basing my content on the current Leader of Opposition. I propose that we should be a house that will be making rules and making laws that will favor us when we're in leadership and when we are out of leadership. When I talk about the office of the Leader of Opposition, it is ensuring that he's even supported with cars to enhance his mobility. Whether he wants to go for maandamano or whether he wants to go for meetings, we really need to enhance his mobility, create an office of the Leader of Opposition, and create a budget to support his undertaking and his work. I will not speak about the 2-3 gender rule, but I will also speak about the cabinet secretaries presenting themselves to the House. One of the roles of Parliament is oversight, and it is good when they come to the floor of the House, we oversight them by asking questions. I really need to stop at that point, Mr. Speaker, because I see there are very many people who really want to support that the Leader of Opposition need an office in this nation.
You stand corrected. There is no position in this house currently, Honorable Betty Maina. Honorable Joshua Kimilu has been up the list of requests for very long. Is recognized. Kimilu, you don't have to spend the entire 10 minutes. Have a bite on something.
Thank you, Speaker, for your guidelines. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the amendments, but with some other amendments which need to be done on those amendments. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of the things which the President proposed here, they are good, but others, I don't think whether they are doable to the system we are in today. About MGCDF, I'm very much happy about it because I got it into the law. It will make a lot of sense because through MGCDF, we have taken some students to schools. People have changed their living standard through the MGCDF. We have built schools, buying school buses, and MGCDF have done a lot to this country, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, also, there are other things like GAF, Mr. Speaker. Through our women representative, they have done, helped the Kenyans through table banking to the women, whereby, Mr. Speaker, I remember before I became a member of parliament, they had a program, and the program had helped many, changed living standards of many people, whereby I support it to be anchored by the law, Mr. Speaker. For the office of the opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, it is true, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes you get that after election that the other side of those who don't make it, Mr. Speaker, the leaders are following. And for him to be outside, to go home just like that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a challenge. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the way how we are going to do it without going for a referendum, Mr. Speaker. So I think some of the proposals here needs a referendum, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, if you go through the some of the amendments which were proposed by the President, they make a lot of sense and they are very important. But others, Mr. Speaker, we need to go through the law and see how we are going to do it. Mr. Speaker, because there are many requests, Mr. Speaker, I just want to leave it there and give my colleagues other opportunity to contribute also. Thank you.
Honorable Japhet Nyakundi, MP for Kitutu Chache.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate on this motion on the amendment of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is very, very important to this nation and to the people of Kenya, more especially in creating the position of the official opposition. We've seen the leader of the official opposition running around without any portfolio, without anywhere to bring his grievances. You've seen him in Kisii, you've seen him in Kericho, you've seen him in Kakamega. Kindly now we want to create the official opposition office so that he gets where he can bring his grievances. And this is not for the purpose of the current official opposition. It is for the current opposition leader. This office is created for the purpose of making sure that there are checks and balances. It creates a shadow government for himself so that the current government can be put on check. Number two, as
is Honorable Kajong on a point of order?
You know, on my rank and seniority, I don't rise on spurious issues. But members from this side of the House, on the right hand of the Speaker, keeps on speaking about this leader of opposition. Could the members take seriously the Constitution, read it through, and read the standing orders? In it, there will be no word called opposition. The word opposition, that nomenclature, is not there. Is it in order that members speak this word in the Hansard every time as though there is somebody called leader of opposition? Or is that not misleading the House, a matter of fact.
Honorable Japhet Nyakundi, this opposition you are talking about is which one?
The one you are proposing, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me go to the second point on the NGCDF.
Honorable Nyakundi, you are out of order. You are out of order. Under our constitutional architecture, currently we don't have an opposition, and we also do not have a leader of official opposition.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Be guided and proceed.
Thank you. On the NGCDF, the NGCDF has been able to assist so many kids through the bursaries and building of schools and other facilities. So we want the NGCDF to be anchored in the Constitution so that we don't have loopholes of in any way in making sure that this NGCDF assists our students in terms of bursaries and in terms of building classes. Number 3, on the CS coming to the House, this will go a long way in making sure that any question that we have towards the roads in our constituencies are able to be answered in a proper and a good way. I don't want to take much time because the other members I want to donate this time to other members. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, the MP for Suba South, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm pleased to add my voice to these 4 major issues that are contained in a proposal by His Excellency the President to the House. First, let me start with the easier ones. I'll start with the NGCDF and the NGAF. Mr. Speaker, I support that these 2 particular funds be entrenched in the Constitution for purposes of protecting them, but also to elevate them and make them exist in posterity. But I think there's only one question that has been causing the problems that we have been going through, which is the role of members of Parliament in the management of these 2 funds. And I think it should go on record that when anybody seeks an elective office, you go there on the basis of what we call a manifesto. You present your plan to the people. And once you do so, and they elect you, they give you the mandate to implement that very manifesto. That is the basis upon which leaders are given the power to exercise control of budgets, control of selecting programs, and control of deciding on what should be implemented and what is a priority. So I think that is the issue we should really look into. Yeah, the issue of mandate based on the manifestos that you get when you seek elective post. On gender parity, Mr. Speaker, I think the calculation should be 290 as opposed to 290 plus 47 plus. I think you cannot exercise affirmative action on affirmative number, which is the 47, yeah, members of Parliament who are elected as affirmative action. So I think we should be calculating the deficit of the female members of Parliament on the basis of the 290, which if you take 1/3 of 290, then you have 87. And then we should deduct the 47, which are already guaranteed, which leaves us with 40 seats. That is the number that we should be looking for at every election cycle. And then we have 12 nominated members of Parliament. I think as a matter of rule, those should be preserved on a priority basis for female candidates, especially those who have ran and become number 2 in their respective roles. That is what the political parties should do. And I don't think the political parties should have a big problem with this, because after all, they are private members' clubs, but which are funded by public funds. So they should be compelled to take certain actions. Private members, I mean, political parties are no different from Nairobi Club or from Gor Mahia Football Club. But in our case, they get funding from the exchequer. But if you add the 12, then the shortfall would be about 28. And again here, my view is that this 28 should be secured by political parties being required to issue direct nominations to 28 women on a prorated basis, depending on the strength of the parties, direct tickets to females in safe seats. That's how they do it in other jurisdictions. There are safe seats. Every party knows where the safe seats are. So in their nomination process,
at least that number 28 should be prorated among political parties, and each should nominate women for elective contest in their safe seats. Now, let me go to the difficult ones. Mr. Speaker, on the CSs coming into Parliament, I think we are having a lot of confusion understanding what political systems we have. We have three major ones: parliamentary system, we have presidential system, and then we have a mixture, like in France or Tanzania, where there is a mixture of parliamentary and presidential system. I think in 2010 we made a very clear choice. Either we were going to have a pure presidential system, which we have, or we were going to have a parliamentary system. Those were the only two choices. The mixed mongrel that we had was the earlier Kilifi draft, which was not what we had in 2010. So in a parliamentary system, members of government come from parliament, but in a presidential system, they don't. And members of the executive, ministers, have no business coming to the House and being members and being on this floor. They should appear in committees where they should be interrogated. And if any member has a question for a cabinet secretary, you should appear there whether you are a member of that committee or not, as amicus, and interrogate that particular member of parliament. So I think the solution is in strengthening the rules of how committees function relative to ministers coming to answer questions when summoned by parliament, but not necessarily inviting them to be members. I think this will weaken the role of committee chairs. So I don't support that. Secondly, the leader of opposition is a misnomer. Since there is no opposition, we cannot have a leader of opposition in this house, since there is no opposition itself. Yeah, we can only have leader of majority, or we can only have leader of minority. And again, as I said, there's a constitutional logic. There's what the French call raison d'etre. For all these systems, there's a reason, there's a logic from beginning to end. What we are trying to do is to cut and paste things. Yeah, and we are still suffering from the British hangover of the British parliamentary system, which is not what we should be discussing now. So we make a choice, as the Honorable Member Lagata said. Either we go back to parliamentary system and make it pure like in the British system, or we have a pure parliamentary system like what we have here, which is the American system. And I'm very suspicious when you want to institutionalize the role of leader of opposition. I see it being created as a preserve of some communities, and I'm very reluctant to support that. Yeah, I don't support that. So there's a very simple solution. In America, if you vie for elections and you lose even by one vote.
Karoli Omondi, which community are you reading through this position?
I will only say certain communities have held the opposition role for a very long time. Others have not. Mr. Speaker, my reading of it is that we should
What is out of order, Honorable Jessica Mbalu?
Just give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, can the members substantiate which are these certain communities, as I want to support, of course, the debate, especially on the gender rule, two-third gender rule, and about the GAF and the NGCDF. Which are these two communities?
Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think one only has to look at the history of Kenya from 1963 to now, which communities have held the presidency and which ones have not. I don't have to explain it. It is there in black and white. You just have to look at the history, and you can count those who have had it and those who have not. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to clearly understand how presidential systems work. In a presidential system, you offer yourself as a candidate, again on the basis of a manifesto. When you are elected, you are given the mandate to implement your manifesto. That mandate is personal to the person called the president. And in the US, he exercises that authority himself. And that is why in those countries, the cabinet assists the president. In a parliamentary system, it is a bound mandate. Yeah, it is a collective mandate. You go as a group of parliamentarians and you seek the mandate. And when you win, yeah, you come to implement it. And the leader of that group, who is first amongst equal, called the prime minister, exercises that authority on behalf of others. And that is why it is government by cabinet. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand all these things and then agree that probably the best route to deal with these issues is first to have a national audit of the Constitution and have another convention to review what we need, instead of having piecemeal amendments here and there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the first day of March 2023 at 9:30 a.m.